For tonight's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. We are here and we're live. We are here and we are live. Let me go to my home page, start getting this shared everywhere. I'm going to be sharing it into some groups. I hope that you do the same. And I'm also going to copy this link. I've got several other places to share it. Let me go here to our group and start doing some sharing. Let's see here. This is live now. So thanks everybody for joining us tonight. Should be a big night. I hope you're ready. Live now. Let's go to my other post. We are live now. Okay. Now let me go over here to the Collectco page and let everybody know what's going on. So I'm sharing. Hope you're doing the same thing. I'll show you in detail what exactly I'd like for you to do in just a second. If you know how to at least like the post, that's a good start. It's a good start to at least like the post. So I'm going to share the link here and put we are live now. And I'm going to also share it on every picture on that post. There's the comment thread. And we're going to put live now. And we're going to put it on the other picture. We're going to put live now. We are live right now, Tanner. Sorry, I'm talking to myself as I share and let everybody know what's going on. So thank you for joining us on Thursday night. Thursday nights are usually one of our big nights because we got both Paul and John on staff that day pricing records. Usually a lot of new vinyl comes in. And so they've got they've got 2, 4, 6, 7 crates of new vintage arrivals. I've got 3 crates of new vinyl to go through for you. So let's see what's going on here. Top copy, Chad. Yep, we love top copies. All right, so if you're watching on Facebook, one of the first things you could do for us to help us is when you're on Facebook, I think y'all are familiar with this button, right? This like button. Please go ahead and click the like button. That really helps us, even if you don't make a purchase tonight. That's one of the best ways you can help us is hitting that like button. And then also hitting sharing. And then if you can comment, just say hi, hello, even if you're just tuned in to watch tonight. Hopefully you're tuned in to buy, but at least do something of that nature. Like, share, comment, endorse, anything like that. And then over here on YouTube, I'm also streaming this live to YouTube. Collectco is live to YouTube right now. There's also a thumbs up on the YouTube video. Please go ahead and click that share button on there or hit the thumbs up button, which is equivalent of sharing. Now, you can also take that YouTube link and share it, but right now, all we have to do is just get you to hit the thumbs up on that. But you can take the link and share it on there as well. Let me go live now. I'm getting this shared on our Instagram and Facebook stories, so that's another way to always find us. I'm going to go to our ad. I've got ads running on Facebook and Instagram for this tonight. I'm going to put in the comments on Instagram, we are live right now. Please check our story for the YouTube link. We are also live on our Facebook page. All right, took a couple extra steps tonight, but we should have a long, lengthy stream. And I'm about to actually start showing you what you're probably here for, to buy records. I'm about to start showing all that to you in just a moment. I'm about to start showing you some albums. And we're going to probably start with new vinyl that I've never shown before. We're going to go right into new stuff. So last thing I need to do is pull up our chat where I can see comments. And let's do that right here. All right, so chat is pulled up. We have Pure Cult. I'll start that. That's not we're not even officially in a bin, but if anybody wants Pure Cult, the singles, which is actually a greatest hits by the Cult, that is $33.99. $33 $33.99. So Colt is $33.99 if anybody wants one of those. Let me go ahead and grab the first crate of new stuff. It's actually over here. I've already pulled pre-orders on a lot of stuff. We also have a ton of new Funkos and collectibles in. I doubt we make it to any of that stuff tonight, but I think I was telling y'all about that large Funko order. It was already in. It's very easy to buy stuff here. Only thing you have to do is just comment whatever you want. I'll recognize you're a first-time buyer. We have Chris Gardner. He's the first sell of the night already. He gets pure Colt. Let me sell that to Chris Gardner. Let me set this other crate off the top here. And we're going to sell that to Chris Gardner. Make sure I didn't miss anybody else claiming one of those. Chris Gardner on PC, pure Colt. That was right off the bat sold. I have one of those left if anybody else wants it. That's essentially a compilation 2LP from the Colt of their singles, which is also doubles as like a greatest hits. $33.99, pure Colt, the singles. Jerry Cantrell, $89.99. This is orange and brown colored vinyl. This is Degradation Trip. Boy, look at this cover. Awesome. Jerry Cantrell Degradation Trip, volumes 1 and 2, 20th anniversary, 4 LPs. 4 LPs with 28-page booklet, reimagined artwork. I like this artwork a lot better. That is $89.99 for Jerry Cantrell's Degradation Trip, $89.99. That's volumes 1 and 2. Also have the Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus. The Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus. Somebody asked about this the other night. It was pretty much an unreleased album that never came out. This is $79.99. The Rock and Roll Circus is the Rolling Stones, Jethro Tull, The Who, Taj Mahal's on here, Marianne Faithfull, and then the Dirty Mac, which is the Rolling Stones and John Lennon. That is $79.99. So Colt, Jerry Cantrell, the Rolling Stones. We also have the Archies on pink, black, and white splatter vinyl. That is the Archies, pink, black, and white splatter vinyl, $33.99. Townes Van Zandt, $31.99. This is Townes Van Zandt. This is the self-titled album. I think this was his self-titled album. I've got 3 Townes Van Zandt albums in a row, actually. 3 Townes Van Zandt albums in a row. So if you want any of them, please let me know the exact name of the album. There's self-titled. We have Townes Van Zandt Delta Mama Blues. And we have Townes Van Zandt For the Sake of the Song. There's 3 Townes Van Zandt albums. They're all $31.99. Those are 3 new arrivals. New soundtrack. Mortal Kombat 4 soundtrack from the arcade game, $54.99. That's a Lot in the Attic. I believe it's also on colored vinyl, but that is Mortal Kombat. Very cool gatefold. That is $54.99. $54.99. The Dogfather, Snoop Doggy Dogg to be exact. The Dogfather is $39.99. Limited edition gold and clear with white splatter vinyl. The Dogfather is $39.99. Another Snoop Dogg. This is Never Left, $26.99. I've never had this one before. It's on green vinyl. Snoop Dogg Never Left, $26.99. And Snoop Dogg Rhythm and Gangsta. That is $44.99. There are three Snoop Dogg albums there. Yes, you can go ahead and do that because I haven't run across any waiting list stuff yet, but that's it. All right, so we have the Cult. Jared needs to put back Lizzie Borden, give him the axe. Kevin Blackfox wants Snoop, the Dogfather, and that's the Snoop. No word yet on Mammoth. We have X, Ain't Love Grand. I have no update other than tomorrow, but it will be the final day. X Ain't Love Grand, $38.99 for X Ain't Love Grand, $38.99. Music from the Titanic, $44.99. This is the limited and numbered silver and black marbled vinyl. It also has the Celine Dion song, My Heart Will Go On. That is $44.99. X Ain't Love Grand is the newest X reissue from this for this release, and that is the limited to 1,000 on gold vinyl, $38.99. I don't have any other update on the Mammoth albums other than right now I've got 15 on hand, and I highly doubt I'm getting any more. That's about the only thing I can tell you. I've got 15 autographed Wolfgang Van Halen albums, Mammoth, and I doubt I'm getting any more. So I didn't want to do anything additional to those until all of tomorrow's deliveries are here. After all of tomorrow's deliveries are here, then I'll let everybody know who were the lucky 15 people. Other than that, I don't think I'm going to get any more. Walt Cruz gets X We have Express Yourself, Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. We've all heard that song, Express Yourself. This is limited to 750 on turquoise colored vinyl, $38.99. That's not an easy album to find either. Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. Death Angel is the expanded edition of Frolic Through the Park. That's a 2 LP for Music on Vinyl. $44.99 for Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. Cinderella Night Songs, that's also for Music on Vinyl. Cinderella is $38.99. Night Songs and Carole King, Pearls, Songs of Goffin and King. New colored vinyl, Pearls, Songs of Goffin and King from Carole King. Limited edition, 1500 on clear vinyl. That is $38.99. Soul Collected. Soul Collected is limited edition, yellow and orange vinyl, $46.99. That is Soul Collected, $46.99. $46.99. That was a great seller for us. We got those back in stock. New Chet Baker. This is Chet Baker live in Rosenheim, April 17th, 1988. $44.99. New from Music on Vinyl. 35th anniversary, limited edition, 1500 on white vinyl, $44.99. Eric Smalley on Cinderella. That was Night Songs. We'll sell that to Eric Smalley. Velvet Fog. There's already some of tonight's nightly nudity. Velvet Fog, self-titled, limited edition, 750 on translucent green and white marbled vinyl. Velvet Fog is $38.99. Cinderella, Long Cold Winter is $38.99 for Cinderella, Long Cold Winter, and Clutch from Music on Vinyl. Clutch, self-titled, $38.99. Walk Cruise, I have already pulled you an X album. I did. Yes, I've got you an X pulled. Usually you buy 2 of those things. Are you sure you don't want another? The B-52s, this is their self-titled album. B-52s, $38.99. Self-titled B-52s, $38.99. And Boingo, $46.99. 2 LP for Music on Vinyl, $46.99. Eric Smalley also wants Cinderella Long Cold Winter. Eric gets one of those. And we have Eric on Long, and Brandon Jackson also on Long Cold Winter. X was $38.99. Authority Zero and Mio. Authority Zero, first time on vinyl. First time on vinyl, $38.99. Limited to 1,000 on gold vinyl, $38.99. $38.99. Jerry Stone on Oingo. That's so to Jerry Stone. And Jason Kenton wants Authority Zero. First time on vinyl. This is a new release from Music on Vinyl. I've got 1 extras of those left. Mike Massey. Hey, the 2 people I thought that would buy those bought them. Jason Kenton and Mike Massey. I'm starting to know y'all very well. Jay, anytime Music on Vinyl's got a new release coming out, it's like this obscure hard punk, etc. For the first time on vinyl, I'm like, yep, we need those. Fred Carnell wants the other X. Let's sell that to Fred Carnell. I'm going to go through this crate one more time. Most of this was new Music on Vinyl titles. Let me go through these one more time. A lot of this is new Music on Vinyl and other restocks we had. We've already sold out of a couple things, but I'll show them again. If you're new and watching for the first time, you've probably seen an ad that had pictures of Japanese records and other really desirable titles, including new vinyl and vintage and Japanese. If you're here because of that ad, we're going to start auctioning those in probably about 15 minutes. I may go ahead and put something up before then, or maybe at the conclusion of this crate, which will take about 10 minutes. We'll probably go ahead and start running some auctions. That's all the Japanese stuff you've seen. That was anything in a hot picture. In the meantime, we do buy it nows. If you see anything you want, you just comment what you want. If you're first, you get it. If you're last and I don't have any more, then you don't get it. We got 7 crates of pre-owned and vintage records to go through. So this is our new vinyl. We literally just took these out of the boxes. That's why we were 7 minutes late starting the show. These just came out of the boxes. Let's go through them one more time. I've got another crate after this, but we'll do it after the first crate of vintage. Pure Cult, the singles, $33.99, last copy. We do have the Jerry Cantrell Degradation Trip Volumes 1 and 2. 4 LP, $89.99. 4 LP, $89.99. The Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, $79.99. That's the expanded edition. First time that was on vinyl, and it's been out for a while, but haven't had it in a while. Rolling Stones, $79.99. Jerry Cantrell. The Archies, pink black splatter vinyl, The Archies is $33.99, and I still got all three Townes Van Zants. For the sake of the song, Delta Mama Blues and Self-Titled, $31.99. Of course, I think y'all know true OG pressings of those in near mint minus condition are difficult and pricey. Mortal Kombat 4. I was thinking Paul Brothers when I ordered this. I don't know if he's seen it or not. Mortal Kombat 4, $54.99. Also, 2 Snoop Dogg albums left. This one's called Never Left, $26.99. And Snoop Dogg Rhythm and Gangsta, that's $44.99. Those are both still available. Archie Bell. I don't know if they actually got those priced or not. The last picture I posted with Elton John, Archie Bell, the Elvis, that was just a reminder post, but I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure if they actually marked those or not. I will ask Paul whenever he comes up here. I don't know if John marked them or not. They may be in one of these bins, but I do not really know. Music from the Titanic, $44.99. Surprised these hadn't sold. 25th anniversary, silver and black marbled vinyl. It has the score music. It has a poster. It has an 8-page booklet with pictures with notes by James Cameron. It has a large movie poster, and it has a replica of the New York Times cover after the Titanic sank. That is $44.99, and that has the Celine Dion song on it, $44.99. Yes, Jerry Cantrell is on colored vinyl. 20th anniversary 4LP on orange and brown colored vinyl. Charles Wright, Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band, Express Yourself, $38.99. Death Angel, $44.99. Frolic Through the Park. Cinderella Night Songs, $38.99. Carole King, Pearl, Songs of Goffin and King, $38.99. Soul Collected is $46.99. Also, Chet Baker's last recordings as Recortet, 1988 live, new for music on vinyl, $44.99. Velvet Fog is $38.99. Clutch is $38.99. And the B-52s is $38.99. That was our first crate of new vinyl. A few things in there I'm really surprised were left behind. So let's go through our first crate of new and pre-owned records, or new vintage and pre-owned records. I really don't know what to expect in here, but we are about to find out. It looks like Paul may have worked on this first batch. I can see his handwriting on a few of them. So let's go through here and see what we have. And I'll go ahead and be grabbing our auction records, and we'll start with some new stuff in just a moment. New auctions in just a new moment. Okay, Paul Brothers is screaming, Mortal Kombat. Now, does that mean that you would like to purchase it? When I say all these video game soundtracks, I've got about 5 regulars that usually buy the video game soundtracks. So, Paul's one of them. New pre-owned and vintage records, even though this is sealed. Garth Brooks, In Pieces, sealed, $24.99. Garth Brooks, In Pieces, sealed, $24.99. The Cure, The Top, also sealed, $36.99. Remastered by Robert Smith. The first 2 are sealed. Jack DeJohnette Special Edition, Tin Can Alley, $16.99. Jack DeJohnette Special Edition, Tin Can Alley. The Genius Sings the Blues, that is Ray Charles. That's also sealed, $19.99. Michael Hickson, first on Garth Brooks. Michael Hickson, first on Garth Brooks. Something Else by the Kinks. This is a 70s press, very clean copy. Something Else by the Kinks, $39.99. $39.99. Something Else by the Kinks. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble. Couldn't Stand the Weather, $64.99. Very clean copy. Couldn't Stand the Weather, $64.99. Brent Alverson, first on Ray Charles. Sell that to Brent Alverson. Pearl Jam, Target exclusive on purple vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Target exclusive, Pearl Jam on purple vinyl, sealed, $29.99. The Rolling Stones, in the original red shrink wrap and the hop sticker, $34.99. That's dirty work. It also has the original inner sleeve and it's near mint, $34.99. Craig Proper, first on Pearl Jam 10, sold. Al Di Meola, Tour de Force live. Al Di Meola is $14.99. No condition notes on the vinyl. The cover looks about VG+. Michael Nath, first on the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Michael Nath. Dave Grusin, One of a Kind, $14.99 on Dave Grusin. David Johnson, The Kinks, was $39.99. It's a 70 single-tone reprise label. Garth Brooks, The Chase, also sealed, $24.99. Garth Brooks, sealed, The Chase, $24.99. The Allman Brothers, The Final Note, This was Duane Allman's last concert, October 17th, 1971. It's numbered on the front. It's on black and white swirl-colored vinyl from Record Store Day. That is sealed for only $29.99. Michael Hickson gets the other Garth Brooks. That's sold to Michael Hickson, sealed, just $25 on those. George Harrison, Cloud 9, $24.99. Very good George Harrison album. Original inner sleeve, super nice copy, $24.99. Michael Nath also gets the Allman Brothers. What was that? Couldn't Stand the Weather. Couldn't Stand the Weather. OG Stevie Ray Vaughan, $64.99. Those usually go for auction. I got in a buy it now bin. The Cure, All Mixed Up. This is a 2 LP picture disc. The Cure, $39.99. And the Black Crowes Shake Your Moneymaker box set. It is sealed. The shrink is kind of torn and tearing, but it is a sealed box set. Shake Your Moneymaker 30th Anniversary Deluxe Edition, $89.99. $89.99. Couldn't Stand the Weather is $64.99. $64.99. The Acid Mother's Temple and the Melting Paraiso UFO, that is $29.99. $29.99. We had some Acid Mothers last night. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps. This has been quite popular lately. It has the original inner sleeve and the insert. It has Hey Hey My into the black. I love that opening riff, $29.99. Craig Proper says he'll take the Black Crowes box set, and Michael Thrower gets the SRV. That is sold to Michael Thrower. He was first to ask about that, right? Yes, Michael was first, and Justin Parrish was second. Rolled Gold, the very best of the Rolling Stones. This is a German compilation. It is tip-top condition, too. It's a German compilation, the best of the Rolling Stones, $29.99. That's a top copy. It's got a really nice jacket on it, too. Fred Carnell takes the Acid Mothers. That's sold to Fred Carnell. And there's two, Michael Nath wants the Rolling Stones. There's two Cure albums in here, still available. The first is Cure the Top, sealed, remastered by Robert Smith, $36.99. And Cure Mix Up, or Mixed Up, that's a 2 LP gatefold picture disc, $39.99. Those are still available. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Oh my gosh, it has the poster with it. $34.99. Beautiful Columbia 2-eye copy with the poster. That is very nice. $34.99 with the poster. John Hartford, Annual Waltz. John Hartford is $14.99. Paul's heading out. Thank you, Paul. He just handed me an Ozzy record. He says, super nice. This was not advertised. Let's go ahead and make this our first auction. An extremely nice, original, 1981 U.S. press with both original inner sleeves, top copy, and also a quick note. This album has never been reissued or repressed, and that's Ozzy, Speak of the Devil. That is Ozzy live doing Black Sabbath songs. That's Ozzy live doing Black Sabbath songs from 1982. That is a $55 start. It has both super clean. This album is usually trashed like most Ozzy albums. Really nice. That's a $55 start. $55 start. First to the Bob Dylan. Somebody Got a Deal. That is sold to Brent Robley. That's sold to Brent Robley. Chris Gardner second, Brent Alverson third, John Miller fourth. John Young wanted to know the Dead Wax. It's already sold. $55 start on Ozzy. Andreas Voldenwilder, Carvana Magica. Andreas Voldenwilder, that is $9.99. Kristen Barnett wants All Mixed Up. That's sold to Kristen Barnett. We got 2 bids already on Ozzy. Make that 3. Garth Brooks live, triple live. I think he was at Yankee Stadium for this concert. Sealed Garth Brooks, triple live, $29.99. Let me go ahead and grab our other bin of new auction stuff. So any of the 18 pictures you've seen on Facebook, including the Marilyn Manson, the Japanese records, the unofficials, the Striper, all those LPs, I've got them right here next to me. And we're going to start auctioning those off one at a time. We'll knock them out here and there until they're all gone. I'm going to lay this crate right here. Let's go ahead and do one of our first ones. It's one of my favorites, and I really like the OB on it. This is Heart, Little Queen. It is super nice. Heart, Little Queen. This is super nice. Near mint and pristine. $45 start. Heart, Little Queen. It has the obi with it. It has the original insert. This is a top Japanese pressing of Heart, Little Queen. It's really hard to find something wrong with it. The vinyl's beautiful. It has the obi, which I hadn't seen this particular one before. That's a $45 start. Derek Hartman's already in. Okay, Ozzy, 55, 55, 56. Ozzy's at 60. Hart is now at 45. Garth Brooks is still available. Triple live, sealed, $29.99. Upendo Ni Palmajo. I just totally butchered that. That is the Ramsey Lewis Trio. The Ramsey Lewis Trio, $14.99. Ramsey Lewis Trio, $14.99. That is available. George Benson, Good, King, Bad. George Benson is $17.99. Also, Patrice Rushin. This is Pizzazz. Hope I'm saying that right. Pizzazz. Patrice Rushin, $14.99. Pizzazz, maybe. I think I broke that down into wrong syllables, Tanner. I made that sound very bad. Donald Byrd. This is Donald Byrd Caricatures. That's on Blue Note, too, $19.99. Donald Byrd, Blue Note. I'm getting all my words twisted up as usual. Okay, so update quickly on our auctions. This very nice copy of Ozzy's at 55, 56, 60. Hearts at 45, now 50. Ozzy 65, Ozzy 66, 66. Ozzy 70, Ozzy 75. Hubert Laws, Morning Star. Hubert Laws is $17.99. Also, George Harrison, Extra Texture. George Harrison's $24.99. And Carly Simon Torch, $9.99 for Carly Simon Torch. Justin Hayward, I don't know if I've seen this one before, Night Flight. Justin Hayward from the Moody Blues on the Durham label, $11.99. And Sea Level Ballroom. Sea Level is $16.99. Ozzy's at 75. Hart is at 50 with Michael Nath. Derek Hartman, let me know if you're in or out. $50 on that, going once, going twice. Paul Brothers said he will take the Mortal Kombat record. I'm surprised no one got Jerry Cantrell, but this is sold to Paul Brothers, and that was next comment. Next new comment is Brent Robley on SL, which was Sea Level. That's sold to Brent Robley. Derek's out on Hart, so final call on that at $50. And yes, Ozzy is near mint minus. These are usually really hard to find in top condition. Just a historical album, as I've seen them, they're usually kind of beat. To find one without a mark on it, almost no signs of wear on the cover, just a little bit right here. Other than that, very nice. That is a very nice copy. It has both original inner sleeves too. Ozzy, 66, 70, 75. Ed Nelson, you were second. You were second on Sea Level. Joe Maynard bid 52 on Hart. Michael Nath is at 55. So new bids on Hart. The section with large, awesome poster. This has poster with it. The section, $16.99. And sealed Garth Brooks, No Fences. First track is The Thunder Rolls, $24.99. That is sealed Garth Brooks, $24.99. Chris Frazier's at 80 on the Ozzy. Michael Nass at 55 on the Hart. Joe Maynard, you're out. Wow, we have almost eliminated this bin of our first crate of new vintage arrivals. Let's go through those one more time. First, Jeff McMaster wants the section. That includes the poster. Michael Thrower gets the other Garth Brooks record. And we have Joe Maynard second on Garth. Paul Brothers third. All right. Let's go through these one more time. Jack DeJohnette, Special Edition, Tin Can Alley, $16.99. Al Di Meola, Tour de Force Live, $14.99. Al Di Meola. Dave Grusin, One of a Kind, $14.99 for Dave Grusin. Something Else by the Kinks, $39.99. That's a single tone reprise label from the 70s. George Harrison Cloud 9, surprisingly still available. Near mint with the original inner sleeve, $24.99. The only Cure album that's left, Cure the Top, remastered by Robert Smith, sealed, $36.99. Neil Young still available. It actually looks a little bit better out of the jacket, the plastic on that one. This looks very nice, and that is Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Live, $29.99 with the original inner sleeve and insert. John Harford, Annual Waltz, $14.99. We have Andreas Voldenwilder is $9.99. Michael Thrower is going to pass on the Garth, so change that from Michael Thrower to Joe Maynard. Update on our auctions. Shane Devers is at 90 on the Ozzy Osbourne record. Joe Maynard's out on Hart, and that means Michael Nath has that for 55, and that's a final call, unless somebody else new bids. Michael Nath at 55 on Hart. You can, if you're wanting to bid, you still can. Ozzy's at 90. That's going once, going twice. Fred's out on Ozzy. The last bidder was Chris Frazier. So, Chris, let me know if you're in or out on Ozzy. Never mind. We have a new bidder. Darren Wortman's at 95. Paul Brothers wants GH. GH was George Harrison. That's sold to Paul Brothers. The only Garth Brooks album left, which is a triple LP live at Yankee Stadium, that is $29.99 for Garth Brooks. That is sealed. The Ramsey Lewis Trio was $14.99. George Benson was $17.99. Patrice Russian, that was $14.99. Brent Robley says he will take the other Garth Brooks. That means all the Garth albums are sold. Donald Byrd, Caricatures, that's on Blue Note, $19.99. Hubert Law's Morning Star, $17.99. Another George Harrison, Extra Texture. And the letters, the die-cut letters aren't too beat up. There's a little bit of a ding here. This album's notorious for having really beat-up letters, kind of like that Jackson Browne album where the sleeve had to be put in and out to get the record out. Usually all the letters are beat up. That one's not too bad. $24.99. Carly Simon Torch is $9.99. And Justin Hayward Night Flight. Justin Hayward is one of the founding original members and vocalist, one of the vocalists of the Moody Blues, $11.99. So I can go ahead and say there's our nightly Moody Blues record. I don't know if that counts or not. Ozzy, 95, 100, 98, 105, and 115. You'll be very happy with this one. The vinyl is near mint minus. When I come back, I'm selling Heart to Michael Nath for $55. I've got one more quick bin of new vinyl from tonight, and that will wrap up our new vinyl. We actually have another crate that I have halfway priced. We'll show those tomorrow. That means tomorrow there will be new vinyl tomorrow. I have a whole nother crate. If we take a break tonight, I'll work on them. If not, we'll have new vinyl tomorrow. But this is our last crate of new sealed stuff. And Paul brought up another crate before he left. So we had 7 crates. Now we are back to 7 crates again. So we have 7 more crates of vintage arrivals. So after we go through this one, there'll be nothing else tonight but auctions and new vintage and pre-owned records. The first is the Deftones. The Deftones is on ruby red vinyl, pressed on translucent ruby red vinyl. That's a 20th anniversary edition, $31.99. $31.99 for the Deftones. We did get a restock of Taylor Swift Fearless. Do you have the sheet? Did we print that? Taylor Swift is $31.99. There was actually a waiting list for this record. Several people may be on the waiting list for this and you didn't realize it. So let me read that off. Taylor Swift is $31.99. The printer probably won't work. I might just have to have the whole laptop. Deftones sold to Jason Kenton and Kenny Cates Jr. That is on red vinyl. 20th anniversary edition on red vinyl. If anybody else wants one, please let me know. We'll take a waiting list. Craig was 3rd, but I doubt he wants on a waiting list. But I am going to get more of those. If you want on a waiting list, let me know. The Taylor Swift was Jerry Stone. These are people that's already got one. Jerry Stone, Paul Brothers, James Bragg, Chris Kirkley, Debbie Blair, Rebecca Barber, and Edward Star Wars. Jerry Stone, Paul Brothers, James Bragg, Chris Kirkley, Debbie Blair, Rebecca Barber, and Edward Star Wars. That was a Taylor Swift. That's one of the few that we haven't had in a while that usually goes out of print, and they've been known to get kind of pricey. Taylor Swift is $31.99. Let's go ahead and sell one to Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford gets one. And we have Heart sold for $55 to Michael Nath. Let's go ahead and end that auction. That's sold to Michael Nath for $55. Where are we on Ozzy? Darren Wortman is out. Shane Devers has that for $115. Final call. Shane Devers has that for $115. Final call. So Jason Kenton says Craig can have his Deftones. If Craig's okay with that, we'll put Jason Kenton on a waiting list. And that means the 2 Deftones we had will go to Kenny Cates Jr. and Craig Thomas. Mike Massey will be the second name on that waiting list. Taylor Swift sold to Matt Stafford and Pamela Yeager also on Taylor Swift. This is $31.99. $31.99. Her tickets are expensive, but she did hand out $55 million in bonuses to her staff and crew for that tour. $55 million in bonuses. I thought that was pretty cool, even though her tickets were kind of expensive. I guess you benefited a lot if you were one of her truck drivers because she gave them a $100,000 bonus. Ozzy is sold. Chris is also out. Ozzy is sold for $115. That's also sold. The Dandy Warhols. This is already sold to Walt Cruz. This was a special request. If anybody else wants one, let me know. The Dandy Warhols, 13 Tales from Urban Bohemia. $36.99. That is on colored vinyl, the Dandy Warhols. And if anybody else wants one, this one's already claimed by Walt Cruz. It was a special order. I was showing it just to see if anybody else would like a special order on it. That is $36.99. They will be here next week. Bon Jovi, these days, there was a waiting list for this. Brooks Vaughter and Paul Brothers. Brooks Vaughter and Paul Brothers, we've already got you one pulled. I have one extra. That is $36.99. Mike Tonetti also wants one of those Dandy Warhols. And Tanner, that's called 13 Tales from Urban Bohemia. If anybody else wants one, let me know. They will be here next week. Mike Massey also on the Dandy Warhols waiting list. Let's get some new auctions going. Somebody just asked about Queensryche. It is your lucky day because I am ready to start 2 new auctions, and let's get these rolling. We have, first, this is a Stevie Ray Vaughan live unofficial I've never had before. It's called Stevie Ray Vaughan, The House is Rockin', Tingley Coliseum from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and he did that show on November 28th, 1989, and this is on limited edition colored vinyl, only 300 pressed. That is a $25 start. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The House is Rockin', $25 start. Here's the Queensryche EP that was featured on the Facebook ad. This is a Japanese press. It is near mint and pristine. It's going to be a $45 starting bid. The vinyl is flawless. $45 starting bid. I've got it in a new Japanese inner sleeve there. Also, it has an insert with it. Has the original Japanese insert. And this is a top copy. Very nice top copy. If you want to bid on this, put Q for Queensryche or QR. There'll be probably several people bidding on it. It's a top Japanese copy. We also got Stevie Ray Vaughan up for bid. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else in there. We had Taylor Swift. We had Dandy Warhols. Queensryche. I don't think I missed any claims. Nobody on Bon Jovi, I guess. Nobody on that one. Next is, somebody asked for a David Bowie Greatest Hits the other day. This is actually the 40th anniversary edition, 180 gram vinyl. This is the closest to a single LP introductory David Bowie Greatest Hits you can get. It's called Changes. It's one of his better selling albums originally. Space Oddity, Changes, Diamond Dogs, Rebel, and of course one of my favorite 3 here on the end probably, Young Americans, Golden Years, Fame. That is $31.99. That's a David Bowie Changes. For those that's just been looking for a David Bowie Hits LP, that's the one to go to. AC/DC, Flick of the Switch. AC/DC is $31.99, $31.99, and the Barbie soundtrack. Stacy, I've already got your name on one of them. These are $33.99. This is the soundtrack from the new film, and guess what? It's on hot pink vinyl, $33.99. That's all the music from the film, $33.99. All right, let me read out some of these bids. Lots of bidding. So Queensryche, 45, 45, Queensryche 55, Stevie Ray Vaughan 28, Stevie Ray Vaughan 30, Queensryche 47, Queensryche 72, that was a jump, Queensryche 60, Queensryche 75, Stevie Ray Vaughan 35. Stevie Ray Vaughan is limited to 300 but not numbered. No, limited to 300 but not numbered. That's correct. Queensryche 83, Stevie Ray Vaughan 31, 36. The rules for bid increments are $1. Nothing less than $1 as an increment. And, I mean, yeah, we could be at $1,000 and the next bid can be $1,001. Usually after it gets kind of, you know, if it gets into the hundreds, you know, 5 would probably be better. At that point, we probably shouldn't be doing dollar increments. But I've never set that rule, just $1 increments. Stevie Ray Vaughan 40. Let's see here. Stevie Ray Vaughan 27. Stevie Ray Vaughan 40. Let's see here. Paul Brothers wants the Barbie soundtrack. I did see where Rob said AC/DC. Now, Rob, if you want anything out of the crate, the only thing you have to say is AC/DC, and I'll sell it to you. Everything in here is new and sealed. AC/DC is $31.99. This is new. We had a pre-order for it. Let me try to grab my other phone. I actually meant to pull these out, but I'll go ahead and show it. This is a tough album to get. We have an OG sealed on Discogs, I think for $599. And before this was announced it was being repressed, it was not a cheap album. You really couldn't get it by Elton John. $36.99. Let me see what else we have. Let me see who was all on the pre-order for this while they're bidding on the Queensryche and AC/DC. The last bid I've seen on Queensryche, by the way, was $83 with John Leal. John Leal's at $83 on the Queensryche. Here is the Elton John pre-order. I think there were several people. let's see here. Jerry Stone, Sherry Darnell, Julianne Roman, Carlene Rollins, and Vicky Wiley. And so I know I have extras behind the counter, and this is remastered $36.99. And yes, when I posted that 4 weeks ago, the only two active on Discogs, one was $300, and a sealed one, there's ours, $579.99. That's the only two that was on Discogs. That album came out in 1995. So there was a near mint one for $300 and a sealed one, which was ours, for right at $600. So that's why that was such a popular reissue. It was at the top of, almost at the top of the pre-sale listings for this week. Okay, we sold Barbie. Devin Reese wants the Bon Jovi These Days. That's sold to Devin. Almost missed that one. Stevie Ray Vaughan 41. Brandon Jackson wants AC/DC. Stevie Ray Vaughan 45. Stevie Ray Vaughan 46. Stevie Ray Vaughan 50. And Elton John, or excuse me, AC/DC was Flick of the Switch, Jared. Flick of the Switch. All right, Heat Wave. One of these is already sold to Troy Robinson, but this is Heat Wave Too Hot to Handle Expanded Edition from Music on Vinyl, $44.99. Heat Wave Too Hot to Handle Expanded Edition, 1,000 pink and purple marbled vinyl 2LP, includes Boogie Nights, $44.99, and 2 alternative versions. That has bonus tracks on it. That's Heat Wave, $44.99. All right, let me be clear on our auction so everybody knows what's going on, because I think it's time for a final call. John Lil's at 83 on Queensryche. That's a final call. Japanese press near mint. Final call. If you're done bidding, please say out, or if you want to bid again, go right ahead. Shane Devers is the high bidder on the Stevie Ray Vaughan. He's at $50 on that. That's a final call. All right, Cinderella. Haven't had this in a while, and it's always one of our best sellers. Marbled purple splatter vinyl, Cinderella live at the Key Club, $33.99. Cinderella live at the Key Club, $33.99. I've got 2 of those. I also got a restock. I didn't even know these were on the way till I was pricing stuff earlier. I got 2 more of Extreme 6. That's 2LP red vinyl. Extreme 6, $44.99. Extreme 6 and They Might Be Giants, finally on vinyl. First time on vinyl, Long Tall Weekend. They Might Be Giants, $31.99. $31.99. They Might Be Giants. Okay, I think it's time for a final call on a few things. I'm about to sell Queensryche. I've seen several people out on SRV. I'm about to sell that for $50. I don't see any more bids. I'm about to end those so we can put up new auctions, and I'm going to do a next crate of new vintage stuff. Mike Massey, next new comment on They Might Be Giants, and Autumn Betts on Cinderella. That's what's left in there. Stevie Ray Vaughan is the Tingley Coliseum, Albuquerque, New Mexico, November 28th, 1989. 1989. High bid on that. It's sealed, colored, unofficial, $50. That's a final call. Bill Toe wants Heat Wave, and Paul Brothers wants the last They Might Be Giants. Those are both sold. Here's the only thing left in this bin. Taylor Swift, Fearless, the Platinum Edition, $31.99. That's the OG. We have not Taylor's version, which I don't know if there is a Taylor's version for that one yet. I don't think there is. $31.99. Changes is $31.99. Changes, $31.99. Also, Elton John, $36.99, made in England. And I have 1 Cinderella left, $33.99. $33.99. I still got both Extreme 6 for $44.99. Ryan and Fred Cinderella was $31.99. All right, Queensryche is sold to John Lill for $83, and Shane Devers gets the SRV for $50. Those are both sold. All right, John Stites on Elton John. Let's go ahead and pull one of those. George Ellis, My Bloody Valentine came in. It is tagged with your name on it. That actually came in yesterday. Fred Carnell gets the last Cinderella. If anybody else wants on a waiting list for anything we sold out of in there, please let me know. We'll put David Tate on a waiting list for Cinderella, unless David doesn't want on a waiting list, but we'll have those back. We'll have those back soon, next week. All right, let's go through another crate of new stuff. I don't know where these came from, who priced them, or what, but we're about to show them. Wow, is this sealed? Sealed, it is. Seems like a great price on that. I may put that up for auction. Never see that Elton John album sealed, or at least I never have. Let's see what else we got here. I'm going to go through these first 2 crates and figure out which one to show next. I'm liking the way this one looks, but this one's the closest to me, so I'm going to go ahead and grab this, and it looks like we have a crate of new vintage arrivals. David Tate says he's good on waiting list. Rob Beam, I see that you put AC/DC 40 again. I'm not really for sure what that's for. The AC/DC record in the bin was $31.99, and it was a buy it now. That was not an auction. And if you want one, we've already sold it, but I can still get you one. But that one is already gone. That one's already gone. Okay, there's the other two Elton Johns. Let me put those over here. We'll pull all the waiting list for those after the sale. I think I've got enough just for everybody on the waiting list now. I'll probably have one extra. Okay, let's go ahead and do, let's see, we're going to go straight into some of the stuff that was on the video. We do all that right off, or on the ad, we'll do all that right off the bat. So we got Best of Blondie and we got Great White. First, so Great White, I believe, is actually a U.S. press from Japan. So this came from Japan. This came from Japan. This is Great White once bitten. So as y'all have seen, we've had U.S. pressings before come from Japan, and they all look like this. They almost look, it's almost like it fools me. They are so clean and so nice, they look like a Japanese pressing. But this is a U.S., or is this a Japanese pressing? No, the other one's a U.S. pressing. This is Japanese. Great White. There's another, there's a rat record in here that's from the U.S., I believe. This one is Japanese. This is Great White Once Bitten, Japanese pressing. Super nice, super clean vinyl. This has no obi with it. It's a $35 start, but let me show you the back of the cover. Made in Japan. I was about to say, yes, I knew there was two in here. This is the other one. There's the Japanese insert. Great White Once Bitten. So no obi with this one. It is near mint and pristine. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. It is flawless vinyl, and that is Japanese quality too. $35 start on that. There's the Japanese insert. Unfortunately, no obi on this one, but if there was, it would probably, the starting bid would be twice as much for that obi. That is a $35 start. David and David have already bid. Sounds like a law firm, David and David. They have both bid on Great White. Next is Blondie's Greatest Hits. This is super nice, near mint and pristine. Blondie's Greatest Hits. This is also a top copy, near mint minus and pristine. This has the Japanese insert with it, 2-page flip with lyrics, and it has the obi. Blondie's Greatest Hits, or the Best of Blondie. That's a $45 start. It's really nice. Top Japanese copy of that, $45 start on that. Now, let's make sure I didn't miss anything else. Rob Bean, I will put you on a waiting list for AC/DC Flick of the Switch, if that's okay. Now, that will technically, that's not Rob Bean, that's Rod Ban. Excuse me, I was reading your name as Bean. Ban. Now, if that's your first purchase with us, thank you and welcome, but we need you to first send our page a message. Which AC/DC with that? Jared, that was Flick of the Switch. It's already sold. It looks like we're going to have a waiting list for it. Flick of the Switch. Great White, 35, 35, 40, 38, 40, 45. Blondie, 45, 50, 45. And we have the Kinks, Misfits. The Kinks is $16.99. Has a clip corner and a promo sticker. The Kinks is $16.99. That is Misfits, $16.99. Albert Lee, Gagged but Not Bound. Albert Lee has a gold stamp promo on the back. $12.99. This is Danny Kerwin, second chapter, $17.99 for Danny Kerwin, second chapter. Carole King Tapestry, somebody's rubber stamp name is on the front. This is an gatefold on the original label. Carole King's classic album, Tapestry, $19.99. New Riders of the Purple Sage. I don't know if I've seen that one too many times. That one's called Marin County Line. Marin County Line, $14.99. Joe Sloop on Albert Lee. So we got two people on the AC/DC Flick of the Switch waiting list, Jared Benoit and our new customer, Rob Ban. And Rob, just make sure you message our page. That record will be in next week, and then we'll invoice you for it the following Monday. Ed Nelson wants Kerwin. This is sold to Ed Nelson. Update on our auctions. Best of Blondie. High bid is with Chris Frazier at $45. Going once, going twice. Only bidder, $45. High bid, actually no, Joe Willinger was first. Joe Willinger was first. Chris, you're out. Joe was in first at $45, and the Great White, that was at $45.50, and I haven't seen a bid since then. So $50, and that is with David Eberly. That's going once, going twice. There's where we're at. All right, Michael Nass at $50 on Blondie, and Thomas Hujar bid $46. The Rugby's is $19.99. The Rugby's is in shrink wrap. It's on the Amazon label, and that's very clean and shrink wrap, $19.99. Next is Paul Kossoff, Simon Kirk, Rabbit, Tetsu. I don't know if I read all that correctly, but that's a 1975 press, $19.99. Livingston Taylor, Life is Good, $11.99. And B.J. Thomas, Greatest All-Time Hits. And this includes Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head. It has to. Yes, there it is. $12.99. $12.99. Ed Nelson wants the Kossoff. That's sold to Ed Nelson. Great Whites at $60 and Blondies at $50 still. Wynton Marsalis, $19.99. And the high bidder on $50 is Michael Nath. Joe, you're out, and so is Chris Frazier. Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor. This is Sleeve Variant B, $44.99. Sleeve Variant B, $44.99. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want. The Kinks is $16.99. We also have Henry Purcell, Songs from Taverns and Chapels. The Deller Consort, Alfred Deller, director, $9.99. Ray Toth said he'll take the B.J. Thomas. That's sold to Ray Toth. We have Howlin' Wolf, the Rockin' Chair album, $19.99. That's a 2016 Vinyl Lovers reissue. Howlin' Wolf, $19.99. The Byrds, Fifth Dimension, EX on the vinyl and about a VG cover, as you can see, $22.99. Show Zeppelin. This is Led Zeppelin, In Through the Outdoor, Sleeve Variant B. Sleeve Variant B, $44.99. Michael Nath first on the Howlin' Wolf. That's sold to Michael Nath. Justin Hayward, songwriter. Another Justin Hayward. We're getting very close to the Moody Blues. There's another one, VG Plus $9.99. Update on our auctions. Chris Frazier's at $55 on the awesome Blondie, Best of Blondie. And we just got a new bid on Great White. David Tate's at $61. Still bidding on both those auctions. Sea Level, Cats on the Coast. Sea Level VG Plus $11.99. The Earl Scruggs Review, VG Plus $11.99. And this is bold and new. Michael Nath, Howlin' Wolf was near mint. It's a 180 gram near mint record, $19.99. Joe Willinger backing on Blondie at $57. David Everly backing on Great White at $65. Daryl Hall and John Oates self-titled. That was VG, $14.99. Thomas Hujar on Sea Level. That's the second Sea Level album we've sold tonight. That's sold to Thomas. Sweetwater is VG Plus $14.99 for Sweetwater. That's on Reprise. Stars, Violation, VG Plus $14.99. We have an out on Great White. So David Eberly, you are at $65. That's going once, going twice. That is a Japanese pressing of Once Bitten. No Obi. It is a Japanese pressing. And the Best of Blondie, we're still bidding on that. Joe Willinger is the new high bidder at $57. Next comment is no cover on Zepp. Is it VG Plus? This is no brown paper bag, just this. Of course, as y'all know, there's a multitude of different variations of this cover. This is Sleeve Variant B, $44.99. It has the original inner sleeve, which has not been dampened. It's still dry, and it is near mint minus vinyl. And it is, yes, it's a VG Plus or better cover, $44.99. Joe Sloop first on Stars. That's sold to Joe Sloop. David Eberly was second. Howlin' Wolf is already sold. Harry Nilsson, Schmilson, that's VG Plus $14.99. Ted Nugent, State of Shock, VG Plus $14.99. James Taylor, JT, EX Condition, $16.99 for James Taylor, JT. Triumph, Allied Forces, VG Plus $14.99. Triumph, those are usually instantly gone. That has the original inner sleeve. Greg Rogers says he will take Led Zeppelin, All of My Love, also known as In Through the Outdoor. Illusions on a Double Dimple, Triumvirate. That is VG Plus $14.99. So we had Triumph and we had Triumvirate. David Eberly on Triumph. That's sold to David Eberly. And we have Brownsville Station. Brownsville Station is EX $12.99. We have Christopher David says he wants the Caverna Magica from the previous bin. I can do that right now before it gets misplaced or lost or I can't find it. That was Andreas Vollenwilder. That's sold to Christopher David. Thank you. That's sold to you. All right, we have an out on Blondie, which means Chris Frazier, you're the top high bidder at $70, final call. And I think I've already done a going once, going twice since David was out on Great White. And that means David Eberly has that for $65, final call. $65 and $70. I'm about to sell both of those. Brownsville Station. Brownsville Station is still available, EX $12.99. And Ted Nugent, that was State of Shock. Chad, that was VG Plus $14.99. Jimmy Buffett, A1A, Jimmy Buffett's VG Plus condition, $14.99. The Kinks State of Confusion is EX $14.99. For those that's new, if you want to bid, you can bid in the comments. There's no timer. I'll do final calls. There's always plenty of time to bid. These are all buy it nows. You see the feed right here. We have viewers on Facebook and YouTube. It looks like we have 207 viewers right now. Everybody is watching, waiting for something to come up that they would like to purchase. And if you comment and you're first, then you get it. We're in a check condition bin, meaning we have graded these. If you don't hear me say a condition note, like on the rugbies, I just said $19.99, that means it's EX plus to near mint minus. It's a non-check condition record. It looks like the rest of this crate, every one of them, I'm actually letting you know the condition. EX is pretty close to not being a check condition record. And then below that's VG plus, and then VG minus, then good plus, then good. New bid on Great White. Paul Brothers is at 70. Just when we thought it was over, you pull me back in. Paul Brothers is at $70 on Great White. I am going to say final call on Blondie at 70. The Notorious Bird Brothers, VG Plus $19.99. This is on the second Columbia 70s label. VG Plus $19.99. Kingfish for our Grateful Dead fans. Bob Weir, VG, $11.99. David's right back in on Great White at 75. Kossoff. There's another Kossoff. Kossoff, maybe. Backstreet Crawler for Ed Nelson. Let's see if he wants that one too. VG Plus $14.99. Harry Nilsson, little touch of Schmilson in the night. It has a braille strip on the cover. It has a big promo sticker on the front. EX condition, $16.99. And that's an orange RCA label. Harry Nilsson, $16.99. Ted Nugent, double live Gonzo. Ted Nugent is VG $12.99. Guess what? Ed Nelson first to Kossoff. Thomas Hujar, you were second. James Taylor Gorilla, EX $16.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Blondie record for $70. And that is sold to Chris Frazier. Kossoff. Scott Jokumstaller wants the double live Gonzo. That is sold to Scott Jokumstaller. New high bid on Great White's 80. Kelly Bagwell wants Kingfish. That's sold to Kelly Bagwell. Brian C., you were second on Double Live Gonzo. And Gary Samuels, you were second on Kingfish. Okay, let's go ahead and sell this Marilyn Manson unofficial. Most of these records you see tonight, like we have 3 unofficials, really, that we're going to be auctioning tonight. We've sold the Stevie Ray Vaughan. We're about to sell Marilyn Manson, and we have the Metallica. These we bought from a customer. He traded in and sold some records to us. Some of them we had originally ourselves. There's some I know I sold them like 3 years ago. He's been buying from us for a long time. So some of them I remember selling to him originally. But this is a sealed unofficial. And, of course, this album is, even the unofficials are pricey. I think if you've been looking for this, you probably know what I'm talking about. So Marilyn Manson, this is Antichrist Superstar. It's a sealed unofficial. I can't tell you any more than that. I don't know if it's colored vinyl or what. It probably is if it's a boot, but I know it's sealed. And from what I've seen in the comments and the ad, a lot of people was like, this sounds really good. So they probably knew what it was. That's a $75 start. A $75 start. What do you mean by unofficial? Unofficial is another word for bootleg or a record pressed without the artist knowing it was pressed. There's a lot of albums that have never been pressed on vinyl, meaning they have never been pressed. And so there's people in Europe who press them unofficially, meaning they press these without Marilyn Manson knowing, and then they sell them and distribute them. That's what an unofficial is. And we get those on albums that a lot of people want. Several words you can call it, but unofficial is the nicest word. Nazareth, Razanam Naz. Nazareth is VG Plus $16.99. So yes, for those that thinking this was an original or an official, it's not. I don't know if it was put out by Simply Vinyl. I think it was put out by Simply Vinyl, but those are very expensive. I've had those before. We're talking hundreds of dollars. This is $75 start. So the Simply Vinyl version, I'm pretty sure, is $200-300. Last time I had one, it's probably went up since then. Okay, Ed Nelson says he needs to give it to Thomas Hujar. So Ed Nelson passed on the Kossoff record. We need to give that to Thomas Hujar. So that is sold to you, Thomas, now. Marilyn Manson's at 80. Brandon Jackson on Nazareth. David Eberly, you were second on Nazareth. Marilyn Manson, 75. And we have REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. This is EX1799. EX1799. Peter, Paul, and Mary with Hop Sticker contains their hit Day Is Done. EX $9.99. Robin Trower, In City Dreams, VG Plus $14.99. The Birds, Mr. Tambourine Man, is EX $22.99. It's a 70s press. EX $22.99. What's the difference between unofficial and a bootleg? Nothing. That's the same thing. Unofficial, bootleg, counterfeit, produced without knowledge. Somebody's making them in a garage somewhere in Europe. Yeah. Unofficial sounds a lot better. When I hate auctioning something and saying it's a counterfeit, but that's what it is. So, but I'll tell you this, there are a lot of people who collect bootlegs and unofficials. I mean, there's some people who message our page and they'll say, "Hi, I collect bootlegs and unofficials. What do you have?" Because there's a lot of people want stuff on vinyl that nobody else can get because it's never been made on vinyl. That's the desire for it. It's a unofficial. It's a bootleg. It's a counterfeit. I gotta have it. Okay, let's see. David Eberly on REO. Have I already pulled that? I haven't. David Eberly on REO. Next is Ray Toth on Peter, Paul, and Mary. That's sold to Ray Toth. Next is, we have, how much was Robin Trower? Robin Trower was called In City Dreams. VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. Marty Robbins is a 1958 6-eye mono. VG Plus $14.99. Marty Robbins. VG Plus $14.99. That is a 1958 6-eye Marty Robbins mono, self-titled. VG Plus $14.99. And Gordon Lightfoot, Don Quixote. VG Plus $14.99. The chilling, thrilling sounds of the haunted house is VG Plus $16.99. Creedence Clearwater Revival Pendulum. This is a German import, VG minus $12.99. And Violent Films 3, EX Condition $21.99. That was a really good album. I listened to that. EX $21.99. Okay, Great White. We have Great White is at, where are we at on Great White? Paul Brothers was at 80 on Great White Once Bitten, $80, and I think that was a final call. Who else was bidding on that record? David Eberly. Let me make sure we didn't miss anything on that because we got distracted by Marilyn Manson, as usual. If I put up anything Marilyn Manson, it completely destroys the feed for about 5 minutes because everybody freaks out because it's a Marilyn Manson record, and usually it's either a bootleg or it's a real one, and either way I have to do a thorough explanation. So having Marilyn Manson records are good and bad sometimes. Great White was at 80 with Paul Brothers. I'm looking for David Eberly. David Eberly, let me know if you're in or out on Great White. Paul has it for 80 and you're out. Marilyn Manson is at 85. George Buchanan wanted the Marty Robbins. Let's go ahead and pull these. Wayne Carr got CCR. Marilyn Manson's at 90. Thomas Hujar first on Haunted House. George Buchanan on Violent Films. Craig Ruth, you were, let's see. Craig Ruth was second on Violent Films. Manson's at 100. And Davis says he's out. And we have Marilyn Manson 105, Marilyn Manson 15. All right, so Great White is sold for $80 to Paul Brothers. That's been up for a long time. That is now sold. All right, Marilyn Manson is at 115. That's Antichrist Superstar. Let's go through these one more time. Let me go ahead and start a new auction. And we have Striper, To Hell with the Devil. Now, let me make sure this was what I think it is. It is. It's a Japanese pressing, no obi. Japanese pressing, no obi. A Striper, To Hell with the Devil. All right, so this is Striper, To Hell with the Devil. This is a Japanese pressing. Check this out. It's got some extras in it. This is probably about to make some people very happy. It has the original cover, To Hell with the Devil. $45 start. Striper. It has the 2-page Japanese insert. It has a 2-page Japanese insert, Striper. It also has the poster. It also has the poster with it. This does have the poster. Japanese pressing, no obi. Top quality. It also has the striper poster. Let me try to fold that thing completely out in case you've never seen that before. To Hell with the Devil, full-blown striper poster there. Very high quality, as you can expect from Japan. Has the inner sleeve. The cover's really nice. Almost no signs of wear on the cover. And the vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There'll be a lot of bidders on that and a lot of bids. That is now up for auction. Okay, Marilyn Manson was at $115. Let's see, Striper 45, Striper 45, Striper 50, Striper 50, Striper 55. Okay, let's go through these one more time. I'm just going to read the titles. We got a lot of stuff to go through, so if you need prices, let me know. I'm just going to kind of breeze through these one more time. The Kinks, Misfits, Carole King Tapestry, somebody should buy that. New Riders of the Purple Sage, The Rugbies, Livingston Taylor, Wynton Marsalis, The Kinks, Henry Purcell, The Byrds, Justin Hayward, Earl Scruggs Review, Hall & Oates, Sweetwater, Harry Nilsson, James Taylor, Triumvirate, Brownsville Station, Ted Nugent, Jimmy Buffett, The Kinks, The Byrds, Harry Nilsson, James Taylor, The Byrds, Robin Trower, and Gordon Lightfoot. Kyle Gregory says he'll take Carole King. Good decision there. Striper, 62-62, Striper 65. John Miller wants Triumvirate. John Miller on Triumvirate. And where was we on Marilyn Manson? Marilyn Manson, I think Sarah said out. That means the high bidder on this is Shane Devers for $115. $115. That is going once, going twice. The Hall & Oates was called Hall & Oates. It is self-titled with this foil cover here, and that was a VG copy for $14.99. Robin Trower in City Dreams was VG Plus condition, $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. So Striper 62-62. We pulled Carole King 65. We pulled Triumvirate. Striper 65. Striper out. And I answered all those questions. Let's go through a new crate. Let's go through a new crate of LPs. Let's see what we have over here. We have a lot of stuff to go through. Let me take a quick peek in this one. Make sure there's nothing in here I was supposed to auction. Uh-oh. A hype sticker on that. That's pretty cool. I'm just going to leave it in there, though, because we got so much to auction. So much to auction. We've already sold one of these tonight, but here's another. And let me separate all these Beatle albums. There's a bunch of them in a row. Let me separate a few of these. And let me separate these Rolling Stones albums. Holy moly. All right. Let's see what we got going now. I think we're done on Marilyn Manson. I'm going to say a final call on that. And Striper is at 60. Sean Druin. No, Brian Ligon was in first at 65. Brian Ligon bid 65 before you did, Sean, so that's at 65. That is a Japanese press and no Obi. It has the insert poster, and it's a near mint minus all the way around package. First record is the Rolling Stones, England's newest hit makers. This is a blue stereo label. This is the Rolling Stones debut album. This is probably a little bit later pressing. It definitely is on this blue London label. $34.99. Probably still from the 60s, though. The Beatles, Yesterday and Today, $39.99. Stereo jacket. It is a capital rainbow label, $39.99. $39.99. Ed Nelson, first on the Rolling Stones. We have the Beatles. Bob Dylan, biograph. Bob Dylan, biograph. This is a box set. I'm trying to get some of this dust off of it. Now it looks a lot better. This is $49.99. Wow, that's a pretty good price because it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 LPs of Bob Dylan music for just $49.99, and it also includes a booklet. 5 LPs. 5 LPs and a booklet. $49.99 Bob Dylan biograph. We have the Beatles, Bob Dylan, and Rolling Stones. Wow. REO Speedwagon 2. $19.99 for REO Speedwagon, and This Way Up. This Way Up. It's Up, UPP, and the name of the album is This Way. $24.99. All right, Marilyn Manson is sold for $115. Antichrist Superstar, that's sold for $115. The way I said on a lot of these bootlegs, our main record distributors, the live concerts, there's some big companies that produce these. They never reproduce albums, but all these live recordings, there's some companies that sell these things big time. And I'm seeing some of these major distributors carry more and more unofficials, and I don't think the artist is really, I don't know if they just don't really care or they just don't want to do anything about it. I think they're just like If you want to reproduce one of our concerts and put it on vinyl, that's okay. I mean, because some of these major distributors are doing it now. People who sell all over the country. Climax. Climax is $9.99. That is self-titled Climax. Also, Heart, Dreamboat Annie, $24.99. Heart, Dreamboat Annie, $24.99. That's a gatefold. Very nice copy of Dreamboat Annie, $24.99. Striper, high bid. I never did see Sean. I'm waiting for Sean Druin. Sean, let me know if you're in or out on Striper. Patty Takes the Heart album. Planet P Project, Pink World, $19.99 for the Planet P Project. Rhythm Heritage is $9.99. That's in shrink wrap. Rhythm Heritage. Another Led Zeppelin. This is cover variant A. Cover variant A, $34.99. $34.99. Cover variant A. Good price on that one. $34.99. And Olivia, $9.99. Yes, Brian, you're still the high bidder. I'm going to say sold immediately if Sean Druin says out. If he doesn't, in a minute, I'm going to sell it anyway. But I'm going to go ahead and get our next auction started regardless. Let's do a Duran Duran, and let's go ahead and do a Rat. But we're going to do Duran Duran first. Led Zeppelin is sold to Craig Johnson. We have the Beatles, Rock and Roll Music Volume 1, $19.99. Rock and Roll Music Volume 1, $19.99. Honky Tonkin', Hank Williams. Honky Tonkin' is $24.99. And Miles Davis, Volume 7, 8 classic jazz originals. 8 classic jazz originals, $19.99. All right, Duran Duran Rio. Duran Duran Rio is a Japanese pressing. It is a beautiful, near mint, pristine Japanese copy. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. It has the cover with the obi. It also includes the Japanese lyric book, and that is complete with obi cover, so basically no signs of wear. $35 start on Duran Duran. Striper is sold to Brian Ligon for $65. That's sold to Brian Ligon for $65. Duran Duran is now up for bid. How about some Rat? Invasion of Your Privacy. Near mint and pristine Japanese pressing, $55 start. Exceptionally nice vinyl. Exceptionally nice vinyl. $55 start. Really nice cover with obi. Also has the Japanese insert with it. Rat is a $55 start. $55 start. Also, Duran Duran's up for bid. And let's see what else we have in here. While we have everybody on, I'm only going to do this once tonight. First, let me go ahead and show you our group. We have a group. We're going to share the link right now. Make sure you're in it. It's called Whole Lotta Records. If you are on Facebook, I've posted some exceptionally big pre-orders. They are repressing. Somebody told me last night. I didn't even realize it. They're repressing Skid Row's first 3 albums on colored vinyl. Here's one of the big ones, Subhuman Race. That's a very difficult album to come by. And, of course, the very popular Slave to the Grind. Those are up for pre-order on the group. Make sure you get in line on those. Also, Rat's coming out with a greatest hits, original recordings. It's a single disc compilation called Now Playing, Rat. That's up for pre-order, $28.99. I've also posted Funko pre-orders, Aretha Franklin, The Crow, a soy sauce bottle, Steve Urkel, Neil Young, Chrome Dreams, One Step for Eagles, Townes Van Zandt Live. Also, mystery boxes. And this is what I wanted to announce to everybody. This week, we are doing mystery boxes of 45s. We already have a list going. We've sold almost 40 already. This is 15 random 45s for $11.99. You get 15 random 45s. There will be also random mystery boxes that will have free shipping vouchers. So you'll get a little voucher that says free shipping on your next order. We're probably going to put a couple gift cards in some, and of course, stickers. There will definitely be stickers in some. I've got Shania Twain up for pre-order. These are big here. Slaughter, Tough to Get albums. Those are now up for pre-order. The Who, 3 different versions of Who's Next. More Slaughter. The new Tyler Childers album. Jim Croce, 50th anniversaries. Phil Lynott, Lifehouse, first time on vinyl, Ministry. Those are great pre-orders. Make sure you're in our group. Join that. Just claim it. You get invoiced. You don't have to pay up front. You only get billed whenever we get them. You only get billed whenever we get them. All right. And my second quick announcement, if you haven't already, please make sure you've liked this post, whether you're watching on Facebook or YouTube. Please take 1 second, hit the thumbs up button, and share it if you don't mind. Okay. Now, Update on our auctions. Duran Duran, 40, 45, 50, 50, 50, 60. Rat, 55. Duran Duran, 60, 62, 65, 63, 65, 70, 72. Ray Toth wants a mystery box. We'll take down his name since he's not on Facebook. High bid on Rat is now $60. High bid on Rat is $60, and high bid on Duran Duran is 66. 60 and 66, that's where we're at. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, 2LP, $39.99. Harry Belafonte, Mono from RCA Victor, $9.99. Also, Neil Young Decade. This is a triple LP Neil Young compilation. It's called Decade. Triple LP, some of his best music, $44.99. JL is at $80 on Duran Duran, new bidder. Hall & Oates, Family Man, and the B-side is Man Eater, $14.99. $14.99. We also have the Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. This is $34.99. The Beatles, A Hard Day's Night. This is a United Artists tan label repress, $34.99. John Lill on Hall & Oates. Condition of Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2. The cover is showing a little bit of the notorious ring wear. Other than that, the vinyl is very nice, $39.99. Yes, there's also going to be a Dokken Greatest Hits coming out. Dokken now playing. There's a Notorious B.I.G. now playing. They're doing a whole series of those. I've got those on my list to post. I look forward to doing those because they're pretty affordable, and it's most of these artists' best songs on one LP. And I'll be posting all those up for pre-order. Dokken, Rat. There's several. Excuse me while I take a drink of water. Okay, Trio. Trio is on gold vinyl, $19.99. That is Jerry Lee Lewis, Charlie Rich, Carl Perkins, and others. High bid on Duran Duran is $80 with new bidder and I think a new viewer, JL on YouTube. That's at $80. That's a final, or that's going once, going twice. Rat's a final call with Beverly Heisner at $60. Mike's at $85 on Duran Duran. The Rolling Stones Undercover, $34.99. Brent, the Trio was $19.99. $19.99 on the Trio. The Beatles Love Songs, $34.99. This is a 2LP Beatles compilation. 2 LPs of music with a lyric book, $34.99. Brent, if you don't want the Trio, it's sold to Burt Jordan. High bid on Duran Duran's $85, and I'm about to sell Rat so we can put up a new auction. Check this out. The Rolling Stones, let's put this up for auction. I think this is too cool. I've never hardly seen these in shrink wrap. Plus, I'm going to go ahead and sell Rat. I was about to pull it. There's a slot opening. I think this record is worthy of an auction. Rat is sold to Beverly Heisner for $60. They're still bidding on Duran Duran. Let me take this out of the sleeve and show it to you in detail. How about the Rolling Stones in shrink wrap with hop sticker? Now, two things. I've had a lot of copies of this record. They're usually beat the heck. So this is already at a plus because it's in shrink wrap. That is not the original inner sleeve. That's an RCA inner sleeve. I can tell you this came from Wisconsin because this guy mixed and matched all of his inner sleeves. It makes no sense whatsoever. But check this out. Beautiful near mint minus vinyl for this album. Plus, it's in shrink wrap. I guess the only bad thing is it is in stereo. If this was in mono, it would be really, really amazing. The Rolling Stones in shrink wrap. Now, it does have a small tear in it right back here. It has the hop sticker. It's a gatefold, and that is the original gatefold that has the photos in the inside of it. This is a $35 start. Big hits, High Tide and Green Grass, the Rolling Stones with the hop sticker. They just repressed this cover, or they just repressed this album recently, and they used this exact same hop sticker. I thought that was pretty cool. All the Stones big hits. That's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $35 start. That is up for bid. I think that is very, very cool. John Young says he's already in at $60. We have a new bid on Duran Duran at $90 with JL. The Beatles live at the Star Club in Germany, $39.99. Mike Tinetti's going to be tough to beat. Mike's at $100 on Duran Duran Rio. We have Van Halen, $44.99. Their debut album, self-titled. This looks very nice. It has the original inner sleeve. That's a later label. That's more so of the early 80s. That is a near mint copy, though, on the vinyl, $44.99. Denny Lane, Holly Days. Denny Lane, he was in the Moody Blues, and he was also with Paul McCartney and Wings. Denny Lane, that's on the Capitol label, Looks like a lot of those Beatle albums are on. $19.99 for Denny Lane. I don't think I've ever had that one before. Tom Johnston, everything you've heard is true. $9.99. And we have, what is this? This is Spirit. I don't know if I've had that one. Spirit, Farther Along, $16.99. So Duran Duran 90, Rolling Stones 60, Rolling Stones 35. We're still at 60. Duran Duran 100, Duran Duran 110. So John Young has the Rolling Stones for 60, going once, going twice. Heart, Little Queen, $19.99 for Heart, Little Queen, and this includes the original inner sleeve. That's always an instant seller. Barracuda. Ed Nelson on Spirit, that's sold to Ed Nelson. Todd Rundgren, Initiation, $16.99 on Todd Rundgren. The Best of Tommy James and the Shondells, $19.99. Neil Young Decade, no condition notes on that. Very nice copy. Very nice copy. Neil Young Decade. No ring wear either on the cover. Very nice. It's $44.99. Triple LP. Let me take a peek at it. And it is, yes, very clean, very nice. That's $44.99, George. You definitely need that. Somebody definitely needs this. One of my favorite compilations to go to, The Best of Tommy James and the Shondells. Ted Nugent, If You Can't Lick 'Em, Lick 'Em. In shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99. Mike Tonetti's back in on Duran Duran at $120. Let's do a final call on the Rolling Stones for $60. Frank Zappa, Uncle Meat, The Mothers of Invention, $49.99. George Buchanan says he will take the Neil Young. Sell that to George Buchanan. The Rolling Stones, this is probably worthy of an auction too. When I first pulled this out and separating these, I didn't realize this was in shrink wrap either. Let's go ahead and sell one Rolling Stones and put up another. Since they're still bidding on Duran Duran, let's do this one. Same way. Now, I see the notes John has for me here on the back, and let me read those to you. This is a red label mono, no condition notes, in shrink wrap of the Rolling Stones Now. Very nice vinyl. Yes, very nice vinyl. Now, we had another really nice Rolling Stones album the other night, and we found an imperfection with it. And I may have found one with this one. It does have a punch hole. It does have a punch hole. It also has a tear in the shrink down here. And we'll start that. John's got it marked. We obviously start them less every time. $55 start. This is in shrink wrap. It's a red label mono. $55 start. Now, the vinyl does, I see a scuff here. This is probably closer to, side 2 has EX Plus. Side 1 is truly no marks. It's very clean. That is now a $55 start. The Rolling Stones Now. Let me put that back in the sleeve. JL, yes, John Young, $60, yes. And Blind Man Text on Back. I don't know what that means, but if you let me know, I'll check for you. Let's see. Ed Nelson is at 55. JL's at 150 on Duran Duran. And the Rolling Stones is at 65. Van Morrison recorded live is $39.99. Van Morrison recorded live is $39.99. And Streets I Have Walked, Harry Belafonte, $9.99. Craig Johnson's at 65 on the Stones. And Burt Jordan wants Heart, Little Queen. Also, John Miller wanted Tommy James. Burt Jordan wants Heart, Little Queen. Surprised nobody else had got that either. Mike Tonetti on Duran Duran. George Buchanan wants Live Van Morrison. This was a crate of great vintage records. I'm going to read them one more time, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 more to go through, just like this. The Rolling Stones, top right corner, second paragraph. Back to the show, all was on the go. Fame was having its toll of sweat and grime of a million dimes. Ah, what a lovely war. Man Easton called a meet one day. Stones arrived Columbus, went to America, so shall we. So we went, naturally, they went, you in France and Germany, you can dance, no Brian. I'm not for sure exactly what you're looking for, but I'm trying my best to locate something that says something about a blind man. So, okay. George Buchanan on Van Morrison, we've already pulled that, and Beverly is at 151 on Duran Duran. Wow, we are still bidding on Duran Duran Rio. Not only have we hit an all-time record for this record, but we've also... I've had it up for, I think, a half hour now. We're still bidding, but that's okay. Jeff McMaster's at 67 on the Rolling Stones. Go up a little. I started at the top. I pretty much started from the top. I didn't see anything that said anything about Blind Man on that. Okay. Let's go through this one more time. The Rolling Stones is at 75. Let's go through this crate. I'm just going to read titles. If you need prices, let me know. We have the Beatles, Yesterday and Today, $39.99. Fantastic. Very clean, $39.99. About a VG plus cover. Has a little bit of ring wear, has the gold award, has some sticker residue there. That is $39.99. Yesterday, Dr. Robert, I'm Only Sleeping and Your Bird Can Sing, We Can Work It Out, Day Tripper, etc. Bob Dylan, Biograph. Bob Dylan is $49.99. That's a 5-record set with the booklet. We also have REO Speedwagon 2. If you need price on these, let me know. Up, UPP, This Way, Climax, Planet P Project, Rhythm Heritage, Olivia Newton-John, The Beatles, Rock and Roll Memories Volume 1, Honky Tonkin', Hank Williams, Miles Davis Volume 7, Belafonte, Harry Belafonte, The Beatles, Bob Dylan, The Rolling Stones, The Beatles, Van Halen, Denny Lane, Tom Johnston, Todd Rundgren, Ted Nugent, Frank Zappa, Harry Belafonte. Up was $24.99. Up is $24.99. Okay. I think I don't like using the word reprint for this one. I think what Carol's trying to say is this is not maybe the original first pressing of this jacket. Maybe there's something in this wording here that wasn't on the originals. This is still, I would say, from what also John marked on this, and it being red label mono, this is still a 64. I don't want anybody to be under the impression that's bidding that this is like a 70s reissue or something. This is still a 64 mono red label Rolling Stones, but not the first jacket, which is, like I said last night, these Rolling Stones albums, Beatles albums, Elvis albums, these have been looked under a microscope for years, and there's all these variations. That one is at 67 with Jeff McMaster. Craig Johnson was at 65, 67 with Jeff McMaster. Duran Duran's at 160. Beverly's out. I think everybody else is out. Fred Carnell Biography is at, or Biograph is $49.99. Hard Day's Night was on the Tan United Artists label, $34.99. And yeah, Bob Dylan, 5 LPs. Think about it this way. If Bob Dylan came out this week, new vinyl, a 5 LP greatest hits box set on 5 LPs, it would be $249.99, especially if it included a book. That is only $49.99. You get vintage analog vinyl near mint with the book. $49.99. $49.99. Up was $24.99. Colin. Craig's back in on the Rolling Stones at 75, as you should be. This is in shrink wrap. It's in mono, and the disc is exceptionally nice. We're going to go ahead and sell Duran Duran to JL for $160. Now, JL, we're going to send you a link to our website. You're a first-time buyer. We're going to send you an invoice for this record, and that is $7 unlimited shipping for the rest of the night, just FYI. Duran Duran Rio, that's $160 to JL. So we're going to send you a link to our website. We need you to fill out that form, and then we'll be sending you an email tonight. Craig Johnson's at 75 on the Rolling Stones, and Lily McCurry said Bob Dylan sold. We'll make sure Fred Carnell didn't want it since he asked about it. If not, we're going to go ahead and sell that. Yes, I saw that in Memphis with 30,000. I've been tagged in some really big collections this week. Most of them is really not what we're looking for, though. I don't mind buying big collections, but sometimes quality is, we have so many records right now, I'm looking for very high quality. I'm looking for somebody with like 10,000 mint albums, all in shrink wrap and hop stickers, which is very difficult to find. It would be very rare to find those collections, but that's what I'm looking for. But yes, Colin, thank you for that. And also, there was a collection in Texas, but like I said, it was high quality. Test 1, 2. Can you hear me now? My battery didn't die, just disconnected, I guess. Let me plug that one back up. Maybe getting weak. That's connected too. All right, should be able to hear me now. Okay, but yes, what I was saying, in case you missed it, is thanks for the tags. If y'all ever see any collections for sale, let me know. We're looking for metal. We're looking for high quality jazz. We're looking for 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s rock in high grade condition. That is what we're looking for. Metal of any kind in any condition, preferably near mint though. Very high quality, great jazz, audiophile type stuff, Japanese. And we're looking for 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. I could even say 2000s, but that don't really exist. Mint condition rock LPs. Not used with names written all over them that someone's had stored in a barn. I'm talking about a premium collection somebody's ready to sell. That's what we're looking to buy. So we can turn around and sell those to you here, hopefully. Okay. We have, we can hear you now. Good. And blues and reggae. Yes. Speaking of reggae, Peter Tosh. I usually don't say that because hardly anybody has any blues and reggae. I've never got a call and it's like, I've got 1,000 mint reggae albums, except for that one guy in Kentucky. And he had about 200, and it was unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that in my life. I think y'all remember those. $29.99. And Psych, yes. But like I said, usually this is $29. This is a very nice OG copy. Usually people just don't have 1,000, 5,000 blues albums. If they do, it's took them a lifetime to get them, and probably a lot of money. Peter Tosh is sold to Brent Robley. We have Chico Hamilton, his great hits. Chico Hamilton is $26.99. Chico Hamilton is $26.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $19.99. That's called Brand New Day. Isaac Hayes, Chocolate Chip, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, I think it is time to sell the Rolling Stones to Craig Johnson for $75, but we're going to do a final call. $75 to Craig Johnson. Fred Carnell gets the Dylan box. Did I not pull that? He wanted the Dylan box, right? If so, we pulled it initially for Lily McCurry. So let's see here. Yeah, Fred Biograph goes to Fred Carnell. Lily McCurry, Fred ended up taking that. Final call on Rolling Stones at $75, Jeff South. So we're about to sell that. Let me go ahead and pull our next two auctions, which is going to be Duran Duran. I've got two more to auction, and I've got a rainbow Japanese pressing. We'll do those in just a second. The Rolling Stones is at $75. We are about to sell it. We've got 15 copies of Mammoth. I'm going to wait till tomorrow to tell everybody how many we officially got. Right now, 15 is looking like all we've got, and then I'm going to figure out how to get copies of Black Vinyl for anybody else that just wants one to want one. They really didn't make too many of those. I'm getting memories of like Metallica. It's like they knew they could sell a lot, but they didn't make a lot. And now they're just going to make them on Black Vinyl. Red Bud Thunder, American Rock and Roll, $39.99. Red Bud Thunder, American Rock and Roll, $39.99. Also, the Best of Roberta Flack, $19.99 for the Best of Roberta Flack. Supertramp, Crime of the Century, $19.99. The Jacksons Live, 2LP, $34.99. The Jacksons Live, 2LP, $34.99. Also, Steppenwolf Live, $29.99 for Steppenwolf Live. And Michael LeGrand and Shelly Mann Hole. Interesting. That's a 68 promo. $19.99. Michael Nath on RF, which is the Best of Roberta Flack. Craig Johnson gets the Rolling Stone for $75. Here's our next Japanese auctions, Duran Duran Carnival. This is a $35 start for Duran Duran Carnival. Near mint and pristine. This is a 4-track release. It has Rio, Hold Back the Rain, My Own Way, and Hungry Like the Wolf. Also New Religion. So 5-track Duran Duran, near mint minus vinyl. Also a near mint cover. It has the Japanese insert with Obi. That's a $35 start. Also, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Very cool. I love the artwork on this one. The Guitar Castle. This is Ronnie James Dio, Richie Blackmore, in rainbow, $35 start. It has the Japanese lyric insert with it. Great album. Just a little bit, a hint of foxing in the gatefold, also on the back of the obi. Nothing really on the front or the back. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Somebody just commented on our ad that's running on Facebook right now. OMG, I would like to have that Manson album. It's sold. Sorry for whoever just commented on that. That ad's still running right now on Facebook. So actually, I think there was something else. I saw somebody else pop up earlier and was like, I'm buying the Duran Duran, and we've already sold it. So if anybody hops on right now, some records are already gone. We still got a lot more to sell, though. Michael Nath got Roberta Flack, Duran Duran 35, Rainbow 35, Rainbow 35, Rainbow 35, Rainbow 40, Rainbow 45, Rainbow 45. Ricky Nelson. This is a 60s pressing, 1999. Tammy wrote her name on the cover. Other than that, it's nice for a 60s record by Ricky Nelson. Brian Hyland is $9.99. Paul Simon's Graceland, $26.99. Paul Simon's Graceland, $26.99. Simon & Garfunkel, Bookends, $14.99 for Simon & Garfunkel Bookends. That's the second label on that one, but it is very nice, $14.99. Jeff Beck with Jan Hammer, that is $19.99 for Jeff Beck. Same Train, A Different Time, Merle Haggard, 2LP, $26.99. All the great songs of Jimmy Rogers. Another Peter Tosh, a 1979 PR Press, Mystic Man. Peter Tosh is $19.99. 2001, A Space Odyssey soundtrack, $19.99. And Chicago's Greatest Hits, $19.99. First, up at the top, Rainbow 50, Carnival 40. Duran Duran was at what? Duran Duran's at 40 with Renee. Rainbow 50. Ray Toth says he'll take the Ricky Nelson. That's so to Ray Toth. Jeff McMaster first on PT, which was Peter Tosh. Jeff McMaster. Thomas was second. Rainbow 52. George Ellis third on Tosh. George Buchanan fourth. The Best of the Beach Boys. It has a radio station, KX 104 FM Nashville. Sticker on it. Gold stamp promo. $14.99 on the Best of the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys 15 Big Ones, $19.99. 15 Big Ones. The Great Fatsby, Leslie West of Mountain, $19.99. Guitar Slim and Jelly Bean, Carolina Blues. This is on the Arhoolie label, $24.99. Guitar Slim and Jelly Bean, Carolina Blues, $24.99. High bid on Rainbows, 57. David Howard, you're out on the Duran Duran. Renee R. has that for $40. Thomas Hujar wants Guitar Slim. That's so to Thomas. High bids at 57 on Rainbow. Dobie Gray, Drift Away. This has the hit song Drift Away on it. Drift Away. Give Me the Beat Boys. $19.99. We have REO Speedwagon, 9 Lives. $19.99. REO Speedwagon, 9 Lives. Billie Holiday and Ella Fitzgerald. $24.99 on Billie Holiday and Ella Fitzgerald. Maggie Bell, Queen of the Night, $24.99. And I Can't Resist You, Anna Maria Alberghetti. That is $19.99. So final call on Duran Duran, $40 with Renee R. And the high bid on Rainbow is at 57, going once, going twice. Yes, the Rolling Stones sold for 75. George Buchanan wants the Dobie Gray. That's sold to George Buchanan. Tony Bennett, Hometown, My Town. Tony Bennett is $9.99. Weather Report, Sweet Nighter, $19.99 on the Weather Report. 2-in-1. You get Jeff Beck Truth and Jeff Beck Ola. That's a 2-in-1, $29.99. $29.99. 12-inch single for Kashif, I Just Gotta Have You. 12-inch single from 1983. $29.99. Bee Gees, Trafalgar. The Bee Gees is $19.99. And Bad Luck Is All I Have, Eddie Harris. Eddie Harris, $14.99. Spyro Gyra is $9.99. Bobby Whitlock is $19.99. And Traffic is $24.99. All right, let's go ahead and end some auctions. Renee R. gets the Duran Duran for $40. Thomas, you get the very nice Rainbow for $57. Those are both sold. Next couple auctions. Let's do the Metallica Live Unofficial, and let's do the Queen debut self-titled Japanese pressing. Metallica Master of Metal Live Metallica from Chattanooga, July 29th, 1986. This is when they was opening up for Ozzy on their Ultimate Sin tour. Wow, Moose needs to buy this. This is Chattanooga, 1986, July 29th. They also played in Knoxville that year. This is limited and numbered colored vinyl, number 146 of 600. It's a Metallica. It feels awfully heavy. Is there something else in here? It is lightly used. When I bought this back from the person I originally sold it to, it may have something extra with it. Let's see what it looks like. It's going to be a $35 start. I'm also curious what color vinyl. $35 start, Metallica Master of Metal. It is on white vinyl. This is a live unofficial from a Chattanooga concert. There's the white vinyl. We have, it has an inner sleeve with it. Lots of information there. And I guess that's it. That's a very thick inner sleeve. Metallica Master of Metal. Battery, Master of Puppets. For whom the bell tolls, welcome home, sanitarium. Seek and destroy, fade to black, and creeping death. Wow, that's a pretty solid lineup. Metallica. My next concert will be in Arlington, Texas in a couple weeks. I won't be here for a few days. I'm going to Metallica in Arlington, Texas. I've got 2-day passes for the Arlington show. So in about 2 or 3 weeks, Paul will do about 4 shows in a row. I won't be here. That's going to be a pretty epic couple nights in Dallas and Arlington. I'm going to go see Metallica. They're playing on Friday night and Sunday night. I'm leaving Thursday, so I'll be in Dallas basically for a few nights to see that show. And I got really good news. It's being recorded for a concert, they say for an album. It's supposed to be recorded for a live Metallica album. Also, they're streaming it live. Like you can go to a theater and watch this concert they're doing in Arlington. So they're going to you can go to theaters and watch that Arlington Metallica concert. So I'll be gone in a couple weeks for a few days. I won't be here. Paul will be running the show. So that will be coming up soon. All right, next is Queen, self-titled debut. Queen, self-titled debut. This is near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. This is really cool. It's Queen's debut album. It has the obi with it. It does have a little bit of it's kind of ruffled on the back. It just needs to be creased out. It also has the Japanese insert with it. That is a $55 start. Queen, self-titled, $55 start. $55 start. All right, next is, let me get to the top here. Title, if that's Spyro Gyra. There was Spyro Gyra, Troy Robinson. That was $9.99. It's self-titled. Okay, Metallica, 35. Metallica, 40, 35. We happen to have Sea Hags. I do not. Metallica, 45, 42, 50, 60. Metallica, 55, 60. Metallica, 55. Let's see. We have Metallica, 60. Metallica 65, 61, Metallica 75, Queen 55, Metallica out. And we have Weather Report, Mr. Gone. Weather Report, Mr. Gone, 1999. Weather Report, Mr. Gone. Also, Jay Ferguson, Real Life Ain't This Way. Jay Ferguson's $14.99. Eastbound and Down, Jerry Reed, $14.99. Eastbound and Down. Our Best to You, Today's Greatest Hits, Today's Great Stars. This is a compilation. The Buckinghams, The Byrds, The Crying Shames, Aretha Franklin, Moby Grape, Paul Revere, Simon and Garfunkel. The Yardbirds are also on there, $14.99. Shane Devers first to Jerry Reed. Kyle Gregory was second. Exposed is $22.99. That is a 2LP Warner Brothers compilation. And The Mothers of Invention Freak Out, $49.99, 1972. Meemaw should go to the show. Well, Seth is going, and I look forward to throwing Seth right in the middle of a mosh pit. And as soon as I do, I'm going to go live because we were down on the floor. As soon as I throw Seth right in the middle of a mosh pit and he's getting pushed around, I'll go Facebook Live. Hopefully it's not interrupting the show. Hopefully it's late and y'all can watch Seth get pushed around live in the mosh pit. That is my goal. Right, Tanner? Seth's not here tonight. He called out. Guess what? He's already doing honeydews. They're out picking their wedding venue. I told him, I said, man, you might as well just forget about ever working here again. You're engaged now. We'll never see you again. And guess what? He's already called out. Second day he was supposed to work here this week. Can you believe it? Okay, so Metallica, 75. Shane, but Paul's out. That was going twice, going 3 times. We only have 1 bid on Queen. Make that 2. John Lill's at 58. Now we're at 60. And we have Metallica, new bid, 77, now 85. Spyro Gyra, self-titled, is $9.99. $9.99. And Queen is at 62. I'm just going to read through these titles very quickly. If you need prices, let me know. If not, I'm going to grab our next crate. We have a lot of titles to go through. We have Chico Hamilton, his great hits. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Brand New Day. Isaac Hayes, Chocolate Chip. Red Bud Thunder, American Rock and Roll. Supertramp, Crime of the Century. The Jacksons Live. Steppenwolf Live. We have, this was the Michael LeGrand. Brian Hyland. Paul Simon. Simon and Garfunkel. Jeff Beck. Merle Haggard, 2001 Space Odyssey. Chicago, The Beach Boys. Great Fatsby, Leslie West. REO Speedwagon. Billie Holiday and Ella Fitzgerald. Maggie Bell. Anna Marie Alberghetti. Tony Bennett. Weather Report. Jeff Beck, Truth and Beck Ola. The Kashif 12-inch single. Bee Gees. Eddie Harris. Bobby Whitlock. Traffic. Weather Report. Jay Ferguson. Our Best of You compilation. Exposed compilation. Mothers of Invention. And Spyro Gyra. Okay, so the high bid on Queen was at 65. Now, Craig put SG, and so did, that was Spyro Gyra. Who asked about Spyro? Troy Robinson asked about Spyro Gyra, and then Charlie Beasley, and then Charlie Beasley said he would take it. And right before that, Craig Johnson also put SG, and if that was for Spyro Gyra, then that's already sold, unless you wanted Simon and Garfunkel. Queen 66, Queen 70, Queen 71, what REO Speedwagon and price? That was REO Speedwagon 9 Lives, $19.99. Ed Nelson wants the Beck, Truth, and Beck Ola. I was waiting for that to sell. Charlie Beasley, Weather Report. Weather Report was Mr. Gone. Weather Report, Mr. Gone, Charlie Beasley. That is $19.99. What was the Billie Holiday? The Billie Holiday, I think that was a little bit further in the back. Nope, maybe it was right in here. Billie Holiday, that was Billie Holiday and Ella Fitzgerald. It's a 2-in-1 compilation, $24.99. Queen's at 75, John Lil's out, and Charlie Beasley said the other Weather Report. The other Weather Report was Sweet Nighter, $19.99. Michael Nath wants the Billie Holiday and Ella Fitzgerald. We have Crime of the Century, that was Supertramp. Crime of the Century, which is right here, that is $19.99. We have Charlie Beasley, yes, to Sweet Nighter. I think Charlie Beasley says he wants that one. Let's do a final call on both these auctions. The Metallica Live Unofficial, Masters of Metal Live, Metallica Unofficial. I think Shane Devers has that for $85. He does. Final call, $85 on Metallica, and final call on Queen at $75. $75 and $85. David Eberly has the Queen at $75. Charlie Beasley says Weather Report. I got it sold for you, Charlie. Thank you. We have a new bid on Metallica. Tony Barrara is at $90 on Metallica. $90 on Metallica. Okay, Queen is final call. John Smetzer says he will take the Supertramp. And Shane Devers is right in on Metallica at 100. Let's do a new crate. Still great stuff in here. Late tonight, we'll probably do a big recap of everything that's left. It's probably going to be all new stuff tonight and then a recap. So if I know I probably went through those very fast, but just FYI, we'll probably go back through them again. I think Paul's got us a crate priced right over here. And John, and we've got more stuff. Let me see what's exactly over here. We see Percy Sledge. Let me see if I see anything that I'm like, yep, let's definitely go through these first. And especially if I see any more Rolling Stones and shrink wrap. This looks like a really cool crate, though. I'll see the rest of this collection from the person who traded it in. Yep, they found all the records I had laid out, I think. At least most of them's in here. This looks like a pretty cool crate. Let's go through this one first. Looks like some check condition stuff, but I also seen some stuff that I thought was near mint, but they may have found something I didn't. We're going to see any more Metallica. Well, I can show you probably every Metallica album if you're looking for some. I'll do that in just a second if you're okay with new sealed stuff. Tony Barrara, let me know if you're in or out on Metallica because Shane Devers has that for 100 It's a final call, and we're going to go ahead and sell Queen to David Eberly for $75. Let's go ahead and put up our next Japanese auction. So the stuff left on Facebook, I have Tears for Fears, Billy Idol, Bob Dylan, Rainbow, another Rat, Cheap Trick, another Duran Duran, a couple things I'm keeping that I'm not even going to show you. And where's that Beatles Revolver we were listening to last night, Tanner? That wasn't in here. That might have been in a different crate, or it's in this. I don't see it in here, though. Let's go ahead and do the other Duran Duran. I think all of the Duran Duran fans are out tonight. Duran Duran's also coming out with a series of new Funkos. This is 7 in the Ragged Tiger, $35 start. Japanese pressing with Obi. It is near mint and pristine. It has the original booklet with it as well, and that's a $35 start. $35 start. Okay, and I think we're done on Metallica. Tony says out. I'm going to say Shane Devers, you got that for 100. I'm going to give it like one more call. Thomas is already in on Duran Duran at 35. New Vintage Arrival, Split Ends, Waita. However you say that. Never mastered that one. EX $12.99. About the Blues, Julie London. Wow, that's a cool cover. That is from 1958. VG Plus condition, $26.99. That's a very cool dress. VG Plus, $26.99, 58 stereo. We have John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic. That's a VG copy, $9.99. And yes, Time and a Word, VG $14.99. The soy sauce Funko. Yeah. I saw that. I told Tanner, I was like, I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to post a couple music-related Funkos. I did Aretha Franklin and The Crow, which the soundtrack always sells really good, and Steve Urkel, which is TV, movie-related. And then I put, they're making all kinds of Funkos now with different foods. They got Twinkies and Little Debbie's, and now they're making a soy sauce, the Kyoko Man soy sauce bottle. That was... I was like, yep, we got to post that. And we've already had a couple pre-orders on it. So, King Crimson, VG, $19.99. King Crimson is VG, $19.99. This is The Wake of Poseidon. King Crimson, VG, $19.99. Okay, JL, let's see. JL, are you still watching the winning bidder of the Duran Duran? We did not get a message from you. We'll share that link to our website again. But since you're a first-time buyer and this was sold at auction, we're probably going to go ahead and get your information and see if we can get payment for that tonight. We do that on rare occasions, but this is one that we need to for this record. So I want to make sure you're still watching and you're still with us. And just please contact us tonight. Rare Earth, get ready. VG copy for $14.99. The Beach Boys Light album is EX $17.99. And the Kinks give the people what they want. The Kinks, they fix these records. The Kinks is EX $12.99. Also, Black Sabbath Mob Rules. That's a VG copy for $19.99. Shane Devers gets the Metallica record for $100. We have Duran Duran. Duran Duran, final call. Thomas Bowman has this for $35. $35 on Duran Duran. Shane Devers first to Black Sabbath. Thomas Hujar was second. Billy Idol, self-titled, VG copy, $12.99. We have the Kinks, Lola. This is a VG copy for $9.99. The Kinks, Lola. Van Halen, Diver Down. This is VG, $22.99. VG, $22.99. And Blackfoot Strikes, VG, $9.99. Featuring Train. Ted Nugent, Free For All, EX condition, $17.99. The Deliverance soundtrack, Dueling Banjos, VG, $14.99. And Wilson Pickett, The Midnight Mover, VG copy, $14.99. David Eberly said, did you miss me wanting? Yes, I may have. Let's see. Duran Duran 35, is there a Morgan Wallen Funko? I'm sure they're probably about to make one. David Eberly on yes. If they're not already designing it now, I'm sure he'll be on a Funko before long. That's so to David Eberly. Any Tool or Promise? Yes, we have both. Let's see here. Shane Devers got Black Sabbath. Thomas was second. There's the link to our website. Nick Bargeron on Billy Idol. That's sold to Nick Bargeron. Vicky Allison wants the Kinks, Lola. That's sold to Vicky Alice. And we have Ed Nelson on Wilson Pickett. That's sold to Ed Nelson. Also, Jeb82 wants the Split Ends. We got 15 copies of Mammoth. We're waiting for the final confirmation tomorrow. Walt Disney's Mary Poppins. That's a VG copy, $9.99. All right, let's start our next Japanese auction. We just sold a Billy Idol, so let's run one. I don't know if I've ever had a Japanese pressing of Rebel Yale. Rebel Yell is $35 start. Billy Idol, $35 start for Rebel Yell, near mint minus and pristine. Japanese vinyl, the cover is near mint, almost no signs of wear, and it includes the obi, and that is a $35 start. Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, $15 start, or excuse me, $35 start on that. And I guess we can sell Duran Duran, right? Only one bid, Thomas Bowman. Only one bid on that one, $35. That's sold to him. Let's go ahead and put up Bob Dylan. Now, I need to look at this one. This is Bob Dylan self-titled. Bob Dylan self-titled. Immaculate, near mint minus Japanese vinyl. Not a mark on it. Very nice. Now, I will go ahead and tell you, this is probably, I know it isn't. I just want everybody to know, this is not a 61 press or 62 or whenever this album came out, 63. This is an early album of his. This is probably a 70s reissue. It is near mint minus and pristine. It's a $45 start, but I didn't want anybody to be under the impression that this was anywhere close to 61, 62, whenever this album originally came out. This is a 1976. Probably a 15-year anniversary or something for this, or a 15-year reissue when this came out in 76. It is absolutely near mint, though, and it has the obi, and I've never seen a Dylan self-titled with the obi. $45 start on that. $45 start on that. $45 start on that. Billy Idol 35, Billy Idol 40, and $45 start on Dylan. The Electric Prunes, that's VG Plus, $19.99. It has a little bit of a cloudy vinyl look, but it plays fine. Pete Mitchell, First to Mary Poppins, Billy Idol's at $47. Looking for a $45 start on Bob Dylan. Marvin Gaye together with Mary Wells, VG Plus, $19.99. Marvin Gaye and Mary Wells, very good, very good. Lou Reed, The Bells, VG Plus $24.99 on Lou Reed, The Bells. This is the Essential Billie Holiday at Carnegie Hall. This is VG Plus $29.99. VG Plus $29.99. Simon & Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water, EX $12.99. Bridge Over Troubled Water, EX $12.99. Peter Wolf, Lights Out. Peter Wolf is EX $17.99. Peter Wolf, Lights Out, featuring Lights Out as seen on MTV and Ooh Diddly Bop, EX $16.99. Billy Idol, $47.50, now $55. Thomas Bowman on Simon & Garfunkel, and Wayne Carr on the Marvin Gaye. Final call to get a bid in on Bob Dylan. Could this be our first auction of the night that doesn't get a bid? If not, I'm going to make it a buy it now, and then it'll be first come, first serve for those that hadn't seen me do that yet. That's because everything else has been getting bids tonight. Traffic on the Road, VG Plus $14.99. Gene Krupa. Gene Krupa is EX condition, $17.99. This is Frank Zappa, We're Only in It for the Money with the Mothers of Invention. This is a VG copy, $149.99. That's because it's a 1968 mono promo. Wow, mono promo, Frank Zappa. VG, $149.99. Yellow promo copy. VG vinyl, and it includes the insert. That's $149.99. That's really cool. Hello Dolly, Louis Armstrong. That's in shrink wrap, EX condition, $12.99. Tony Bennett, Who Can I Turn To? That's a white label promo. Also has the promo timing strip, EX $9.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin, EX $22.99 on Fleetwood Mac Penguin. One of my favorite Beatles releases. This is Help, the Beatles Help. This is a 65 mono Los Angeles press. VG Plus $29.99. Jeff McMaster on Tony Bennett. And we have Motown, Grammy Rhythm and Blues performances of the 60s. I bet that has some good songs on it. EX $12.99. Yep, Ain't No Mountain High Enough, Second That Emotion, For Once in My Life, Cloud Night, Baby Love, My Girl, Shotgun, Heard It Through the Grapevine. Those are all available. Jeb, 82, wants Bridge Over Troubled Water. That has already sold. That has already sold. Next is Pam Dickens on the Motown. Final call on Billy Idol. Billy Idol's at 55 with Stephen Chesney. Joe Maynard, let me know if you're in or out. Brandon has let me know he's out. That's a final call for 55 to Stephen Chesney. Who wants Dylan for $45? I consider that a deal. I consider that a buy it now deal on the Dylan self-titled. And I didn't want to, I may have killed the vibe telling everybody it wasn't an OG press, but if this does exist as an OG from Japan from the early 60s with an obi, that is an exceptionally rare record, I would have to say. Because most of those albums from the 60s, early 60s, if they did come of an obi, they're definitely long gone. Ian wants to Louis Armstrong. Billy Idol's at 57. And Peter Wolf Peter Wolf was EX condition, $17.99. Shrink wrap and hop stickers. And Percy Sledge, warm and tender soul. That's a nice looking jacket. The vinyl is VG for $14.99. Joe Maynard's back in on Billy Idol 57, so Stephen Chesney, you're out. He says he's out for good. Bob Dylan's a $45 buy it now. Billie Holiday Mono VG Plus. Let me give you the details on that again. Billie Holiday is in mono. It is VG Plus. It's a 1981 Japanese pressing. 1981 Japanese pressing. VG Plus, $29.99. Yes, and Thomas says he'll take the Dylan for $45. Yeah, I don't know if anybody could do quick research. Did this album originally come out in Japan, and if so, with an Obi? And has there even been one ever discovered? I don't know if one would maybe even be in existence. I bet that would be hard to find. A 62 Dylan with Obi. Thomas gets that for $45. George was second. Jack, the Beatles was a nice VG Plus, $29.99. Mike Kennedy, everything in here is sticker price right now. Michael Nath takes the Billie Holiday. So let's go ahead and sell Billy Idol then to Joe Maynard for $57. Michael Nath got Billie Holiday. That's sold for $57 to Joe Maynard. Before I grab the next crate, let me go ahead and put up two new auctions, which is Rat and Rainbow. Rat is pretty unique. It's a, let me verify this. Rat is a German pressing. Let me make sure on this. Let's see here. Yeah, that's definitely German. This is a near mint German copy. Near mint German copy. Yes, this is Germany. Near mint German copy of Rat. Whoop, hold on a second. Yes, made in Germany. 1985 OG German Rat, Invasion of Your Privacy. It includes the original inner sleeve. And check this out. We got a Rat hop sticker. There's a little bit of discoloration. On this. But that's a very cool, I've never seen that. That's probably unique to the German releases. Rat Invasion of Your Privacy. $45 start. Super near mint minus copy of Rat Invasion of Your Privacy. German pressing with a Rat hop sticker. $45 start. Rainbow, Long Live Rock and Roll. Another classic by Richie Blackmore, Ronnie James Dio, and the rest of Rainbow. $45 start. Superb. $45 start. Has the two-page Japanese flip. This is Rainbow. Long Live Rock and Roll. Awesome gatefold there. $45 start. It has the Obi. Who else am I missing? Richie Blackmore, Ronnie James, Cozy Powell. Cozy Powell, the other standout name there on drums. You've all heard of Cozy Powell. Okay, so back up to the top. First, we have Mike Kennedy. Says he's going to go ahead and take Peter Wolf. Thank you. And next, Jack Suslak says he's sold on the Beatles. The first Dylan Japanese pressing was 1970. See, there's not even an OG release of that. I wish I would have done that research a little bit more for auction that one, but I had a feeling that album wasn't released in Japan, and if it was with an Obi, that would be very desirable. Rats at 45 with Sean, 45, 45, and Rainbow. So, wow, we got two R's. If you're bidding on these, please really spell out what you're bidding on, because we got two R's. We got Rat and Rainbow. So either put R-A-T-T and then your bid, or R-A-A-N for Rainbow, Rain or Rainbow. That would be very helpful. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but I'm just going to read through them one more time and tell you what's left. And we've got 3 more crates of vintage to go through. 3 more crates. I've got to kick it up a gear. Julie London, if you want price or condition, let me know. Traffic. King Crimson is still available. That was a VG copy for $19.99. I love this album, and I love the artwork. I also like that Traffic album. That's a really cool Julie London release. Rare Earth, the Beach Boys, the Kinks, Van Halen is still available. That's a VG copy for $22.99, also a VG cover. Blackfoot still available, so is Ted Nugent, the soundtrack to Deliverance. Electric Prunes, Lou Reed, Traffic, Gene Krupa, Mothers of Invention. We have Fleetwood Mac and Percy Sledge, Warm and Tenderful. There's no Japan Bob Dylan's until 1965. I had a feeling. Also, somebody earlier asked about Metallica. Sorry, I forgot about you. We usually don't do requests, but there's so much going on. Let me show you a couple of our all-time best-selling Metallica albums. Actually, all of them are, really. I would have to bring the whole stack. But I know we have a lot of new people watching. I want to remind you of some Metallica albums we have. And we pretty much have their entire discography in stock. I don't want to read them all, because if you're a Metallica fan and you know what you're looking for. But I do have Metallica in stock. Ride the Lightning, $29.99. Load. Now, Load and Reload are those two that sometimes if they go out of print, like when this was out of print for a while before I had a copy, I almost bought one on eBay. Let's see, which one? Reload. Yes, Reload, because it has fuel. The memory remains. They were like 85 bucks. These are $39.99. So Ride the Lightning, $29.99. Load is $39.99. That's a 2LP. Reload is $39.99. Also, Injustice for All. And, of course, the Black Album. The Black Album, Injustice for All. And also, we have Kill 'Em All, Ride the Lightning, Master of Puppets, Injustice for All, the Black Album, Load, Reload. We also have the later albums. We have Death Magnetic. We have Saint Anger. We have their newest album, Hardwired to Self-Destruct. We have Garage Inc., S&M 2. I should have copies of S&M somewhere. If not, I'll definitely order more tonight. Here's one that was out of print for a long time. Which was Death Magnetic, $36.99. Also, Garage Inc., 3LP. That is $56.99. And then there's S&M 2. That's the 4LP. On marbled orange vinyl, 4LP. If you're looking for other backstock deep catalog for artists, I've also got most of AC/DC's releases. I've got all the Led Zeppelins, most of Black Sabbath. I've got a lot of Kiss. I've got a lot of different records in stock by a lot of different artists on new vinyl. I wish we had unlimited time where I could go through everything we have, but it would take all night. I'm going to show you what we have new, though, for you tonight. Okay, before we get caught up on our auctions, Charlie Beasley, Julie London, that was VG Plus, $26.99, 58 stereo pressing. John Porter, Rare Earth, was VG, $14.99, get ready. And the Electric Prunes was a VG Plus, $19.99. Ed Nelson, VG Plus, $19.99. Any vintage copies? No, we have no OG Metallica. Nope. And Tony wants S&M 2. That's back on the rack. That's sold to him. No, if we have any original Metallica albums, those just aren't laying around in stock. Those will definitely be put up for auction. We'll advertise when we have them, and those will be up for stock. Those are not only rare and hard to come by, but they're highly desirable, and we always put them up for auction because I wouldn't even know sometimes really what to price them. It's like if we did have an OG anything Metallica, I'd be like, I don't even know what to mark this because it's just we never get it. So I usually just put it up for auction and I let the buyers determine that. So S&M sold to Tony Barrera. Tony, if that's your first purchase with us, thank you and welcome. Please send us a message since you're on Facebook with your email address and your mailing address. Your email address and your mailing address. We will send an invoice for this on Monday. For anybody new watching, we do $7 unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping, as much as you want to buy, as often as you want to buy it, all week for $7. We start that on Monday, and we usually have 6 sales. This is Thursday night. We're also going to do it tomorrow, and we're going to do it on Friday and Saturday. So, yes, we'll keep selling and keep selling. Wow, this is a nice looking bag. Okay, there's several records in here in shrink wrap and hop sticker. I've had to pull out a couple. Sorry, I just got excited when I seen that one because that is exceptionally nice. I'm going to leave a couple in here. This one, now there's no hop sticker on that one, but it's in shrink wrap and it looks exceptionally nice. And it's one that is usually beat the heck. So, let's put that up for auction. Okay. All right, so make sure I didn't miss anything else. Let's update our auction. Sorry, these have got really neglected back here. Rat is at $46 with Clay Moore. This is a near mint German copy, OG, with the Rat hop sticker. $46 to Clay Moore. That's going twice, going 3 times. If you want to bid, we need more than $46 very quickly. Rainbow, Thomas Hujar was at $50, and that's where we stopped. Thomas Hujar has this for $50. $50 on that to Thomas Hujar. Let's see. Do you have the reissue of Overkills? Yes, we have all the Overkill albums in stock. Charlie got Julie London. I think I've already pulled that. The next is John Porter. Says he wants Rare Earth. Get ready. Hopefully he didn't buy it last night. Well, if you did, you'll have 2 copies now. Nothing wrong with that. Right, Tanner? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. We have Rare Earth. This is going to be sold to John Porter. The Electric Prunes is sold to, this is sold to Ed Nelson unless Ian decided he wanted it. So Ed Nelson gets that unless Ian says he will take it. And we have Rainbow 51, Rainbow 55. Okay. Sold a Mint Metallica OG $4.99. I've had a couple OG black albums. They're usually $500 plus. We had a sealed one with Hype Sticker we sold for $1,200 or $1,400 last year. Sealed ones are very tough to find. They keep getting more and more expensive. Any original AC/DC albums? There's a good chance. I'm about to go through 3 more crates. There could be one in here, but if we do have a nice one, it will be put up for auction tonight. Just FYI. Sister Sledge, the Sisters, $9.99 for Sister Sledge. Styx, The Grand Illusion, $19.99. Original inner sleeve Styx, The Grand Illusion, $19.99. Carly Simon, $9.99. The Stampeders, Sweet City Woman, $9.99. Survivor, Eye of the Tiger, Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. Cameron Martin, First on Styx, that's sold to Cameron Martin. And Frank Sinatra, My One and Only Love. This is 2 albums in one. Sentimental Journey and My One and Only Love, $24.99. Rat is sold to Clay Moore. No other bids. No one else said out. Clay has that for $46. Let me make sure. I believe so. Yep. So Kevin Willis got Rainbow, or see, Kevin Willis is at 51 on Rainbow. Thomas is at 55. Kevin's at 57. Thomas is at 60. And Kevin's out. So final call on Rainbow, $60. I'm Jesse Coulter. Jesse Coulter is $14.99. Carly Simon, Hello Big Man, $9.99. Donna Summer, The Wanderer, $9.99. And Harry Nilsson, Schmilson, $19.99. These are very nice. I bet these are Wisconsin records. The Cabaret soundtrack, $9.99. And Nazareth. Yep, these are Wisconsin. Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, Nazareth, $22.99. We're about to get into some high-grade records, starting with this one right here. Check this out. Bad Company. It's probably, I don't know, it has a Super Savers. 9 times out of 10, Super Savers is an OG press. I believe, though, I have had 1 or 2 Super Savers OG press. This is so nice, though, regardless. How often do you see this record in this kind of condition? Bad Company, self-titled debut. Perfect shrink wrap with the Bad Company hype sticker. It has the original inner sleeve. It's crisp. No damage to that too. And the vinyl, look at this. Pretty much unplayed. Reissue or not, I'm going to advertise this as a vintage Bad Company self-titled debut. $30 start. It's a top copy. Not even any wear on the shrink wrap. Look, you can see your reflection in it. $30 start. Bad Company self-titled. Nazareth is, let me put that back in there and do this in order. 62 on Rainbow. Terrell Boat Night. Yep, Terrell Boat Night. First on Survivor. Next was Jackie Reynolds on DS, which was Donna Summer. Thomas Bowman wants the Cabaret soundtrack. That was sold to Thomas Bowman. Shane Deaver's got the Nazareth. Rainbow 68, Rainbow 70, Rainbow 79, Bad Company 30, 40, and now 45. Another Nazareth. Boy, that was a tongue twister. 2XS in shrink wrap, $22.99. Near mint in shrink wrap. Boston. Here's one I left in here. With the Don't Look Back hype sticker, it's a Holland pressing. This is not US. This is a Holland pressing. $49.99. Very cool. Beautiful vinyl from Holland. Orange Epic label with Don't Look Back hype sticker. Original inner sleeve. That is $49.99. Brandon Jackson on 2XS and Jeff McMaster on Boston. Don't Look Back. So Brandon and Jeff on those next 2. Smooth and Swingin' Jazz. This is White and McKay's blended Scotch whiskey. Presents Verve's Smooth and Swingin' Jazz. $14.99. Jeff McMaster passes on Boston. So that's still available if anybody wants it. This is Smooth and Swingin' Jazz. It's a White and McKay's whiskey advertising record in collaboration with Verve. So that's a jazz compilation with Count Basie, Bob Brookmeyer, Ray Brown, Roy Eldridge, Terry Gibbs, Dizzy Gillespie, Johnny Hodge, Jerry Mulligan, and others. $14.99. Uh-oh, here they are officially. The Moody Blues to our children's children. It's a Threshold label, near mint minus gatefold. The coveted Moody Blue. Boy, look at that gatefold. It's probably, you can't open it all the way. It probably hadn't been opened too many times. That is $14.99. We are still bidding on Rainbow. Classic album, Long Live Rock and Roll with Ronnie James Dio on vocals. Jared Benoit's at $90, going once, going twice. Him and Thomas are still bidding. John Leal has Bad Company. Take a look at this. Perfect copy. John Leal has that for $45. That's going twice, going three times. Daniel Cody on the Moody Blues. Thank you, Daniel. If you want this next one, my favorite, In Search of the Lost Chord, $19.99. In Search of the Lost Chord, Near Mint. This is the OG label on Darum, $19.99. That's such a smooth album. Talking about smooth jazz, if you want some smooth, just like, it'll increase your IQ listening to that album. $19.99. The Association Live, $14.99. This is a 2LP. The Association Live, $14.99. Solo music featuring Kimberly Fade. That is from 2002. I don't know what that is, but it's $14.99. Also, we have, this is Save the Robots. Africans with Mainframe, Save the Robots EP, $14.99 from 2003. Bad Company, 50, 51. So John Leal has it for 51. Rainbow's at 95 with Thomas Hujar. Jared's out, so 95 on Rainbow. Joe Stampley, Soul Song, $9.99 on Joe Stampley. Joe Stampley, Red Wine and Blue Memories, $9.99. That's a nice looking Cat Scratch Fever, probably because it has a barcode on the back. That's probably a repress. Not a new copy, but a vintage reissue. $14.99 for Cat Scratch Fever. Traffic Shootout at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. And John Barleycorn Must Die. Lots of traffic the last couple crates. Hall & Oates, Big Bamboon, $19.99. And The Who's Greatest Hits, just $19.99. The Who's Greatest Hits has the original inner sleeve too, $19.99. Pretty good track listing on that. Actually, I got new copies of this on the way on red vinyl. I've got new copies of those on the way on red vinyl, but that's a vintage $19.99. Bad Company, 55, 56. I'm about to sell Rainbow. I'm going to go ahead and be pulling our next Japanese records, which is the Beatles and Cheap Trick. Those are coming up in just a second. Let me put those right over there. Got them on deck. And Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. The Hall & Oates. The Hall & Oates is $19.99. $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Child is Father to the Man, $19.99. And All Aboard the Blue Train, Johnny Cash. Memphis Sun, super clean, $49.99. Hadn't had one of those in a while, in high grade. All Aboard the Blue Train with Johnny Cash, $49.99. Tony Barrera wants Elvis and Tanner. That one wasn't marked, but I said $9.99. That's so did Tony. Bad Company's now at 58. Let's go ahead and sell Rainbow to Thomas Hujar for $95. I've got another Bad Company to auction, but before we do that, let's do the Beatles. I test played this last night. It's going to be a $45 start. You know, it's hard to name your favorite Beatles album. It's like picking a favorite child, I guess. I don't have children, so I can't relate to that. I guess it's like picking your favorite food. Be like picking your favorite something. All right, but the Beatles Revolver, it does have one scuff on it, and we test played it. You could barely hear it. It's just a light little swish when it goes to there. And I'm telling you, we had it playing loud. That's right in between Eleanor Rigby and I'm Only Sleeping. And this is, other than that, it's a superb copy. Side 2 is definitely near mint minus, your typical Japanese. $45 start for Revolver. But what I was about to say is, it's hard to pick your favorite Beatles album, but the more I listen to this one, the more I realize how great of an album this is. And not only that, how important it was for what was to come. 66, Revolver. This is a UK Flag Series, probably reissued in the 70s. UK Flag Series number 7. It does have a little bit of foxing on the cover. It looks like John and George have a little bit of freckles on them or something, or blotches on their skin. So about a VG plus cover just because of that. There's no other damage. Really nice Obi. $45 start on Revolver. My favorite tracks. No one asked, but I'm going to tell you. I'm Only Sleeping, probably. For No One, I Want to Tell You. For No One, I Want to Tell You, I'm Only Sleeping. Probably the ones that aren't really hits. But, of course, Taxman's on here. Eleanor Rigby. Love You Too is a cool song. Here, There, Everywhere. I could pass on Yellow Submarine. I've heard it to death, but of course it's on here. She said, great song. Good Day Sunshine and Your Bird Can Sing. Tomorrow Never Knows. I've listened to that just a few times, as you can tell. Bad Company, 57, 58. Calvin Ward's at 60. Daniel, You Got to Our Children's Children. Beatles is from 1976. Thank you. This is Yes. Yes is a 70s Richmond press, $24.99. Wow. I've got the first record, the Yes record I ever got of this one has this same sticker. WKDA, I have that exact same one, unless John or Paul's broken into my house and stole my Yes collection. But mine looks exactly like this. I don't think it has writing on the cover, but we don't get these too often. This is Yes debut LP, $24.99. Ava says, if no one will take it, I'll take the Who's Greatest Hits. Ava, this is so to you. Thank you and welcome. If you're a first-time buyer, which I believe you are, thank you and welcome. That's so to you. Be sure you send our Facebook page a message with your email address and mailing address. Craig Johnson wants Yes. Bad Company is a final call. Calvin has this for 60. John Lill, let me know if you're in or out. John's out, thank you. And the Beatles, we're looking for a $45 start. Frank Zappa, Hot Rats. We don't get this one too often. VG Condition, $24.99. Nazareth, No Mean City. Guess what? It's in shrink wrap. It's a Holland press with the insert on the Holland Vertigo label, $29.99. That is superb, $29.99. So we're about to end Bad Company, and I'm about to make the Beatles a buy it now. Wow, no love for the Beatles Revolver. Kind of makes me sad. Donna Summer, Live and More, $14.99 for Donna Summer. Brian C. wants Frank Zappa. That's so to Brian C. We have Steve Winwood, Welcome to the Canteen with Dave Mason, Chris Wood. This is pretty much Traffic. Welcome to the Canteen by Traffic, $19.99. Steve Winwood Chronicles. This is Steve Winwood's greatest hits, solo work, $19.99. That's a great listen. Steve Winwood, $19.99. And Rare Earth, One World. That's a nice looking copy. Gatefold on the Rare Earth label, $24.99. John Lill wants the Steve Winwood Chronicles album. All right, everybody's out on Bad Company. Thank you for letting me know. That gem is sold to Calvin Ward for $60. That was so nice. And if anybody wants the Beatles, let's go ahead and sell it for just a $45 buy it now. Somebody's going to get a deal on that one just because there's a little bit of foxing on the cover and a little bit of a mark on the vinyl. But other than that, it's really nice. $45 start on that. John Porter, I got Rare Earth pulled for you. Let's do two other, before I do another Japanese pressing, I got two other records that I pulled out earlier. Let's run these. We've got Bad Company, Run with the Pack. This is the one I was telling you about. The cover's always beat because it's this foil cover. This one's in shrink wrap, beautifully preserved. There's not really any wear on the shrink wrap either. Run with the Pack, Bad Company, $20 start. Run with the Pack is a $20 start. That is a gatefold. It has the black Bad Company inner sleeve. $20 start. It has a Turtles price tag, specially priced in shrink wrap. Just $20 start on that. Just $20 start on that. Never seen one of those in shrink wrap. Check out this. Elton John is sealed. Now, it's not uni. It's not 1973 uni. This is an MCA repress. But this is sealed. Elton John, a classic, Honky Chateau. There is a little bit of a tear down here in the shrink wrap. Other than that, it's nice. And this is one of those that, you know, it opens up like an envelope. These are usually really beat, any of them we see. The cover, this is a $35 start. This is the MCA. So Elton John's first 3 or 4 albums was on a label called Uni. And then they were all reissued by MCA. So this is probably an early, this would be a mid-70s reissue. It is sealed. Just a $35 start. Just a $35 start on that. Honky Chateau. Let me go back up to the top. That's because Craig Johnson wants the Beatles for a $45 buy it now. Nice pickup there. That's sold to Craig Johnson for $45. Next, Steve Winwood's already sold Charlie. Bad Company, 2020, 20, 25, 22. Cheap Trick is on deck. Cheap Trick is on deck here. Cheap Trick's on deck. Sealed, Elton John, $35 start. And Bad Company, we're looking for more than 25. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, $24.99 for Rare Earth, Willie Remembers. Mahogany Rush, this is $19.99. Mahogany Rush, Strange Universe, $19.99. Mahogany Rush, Strange Universe, the one in the bin. It was sold. Steve Winwood Chronicles had already been claimed. 10 Years of Harmony, The Beach Boys, $34.99. 10 Years of Harmony, $34.99. Ted Nugent, State of Shock, a white label promo. A white label promo, $19.99. The one you're probably talking about, the Traffic album. This is Steve Winwood, Jim Capaldi, Jay Mason, Chris Wood, etc. This is, it is Steve Winwood, but that's technically Traffic, $19.99. It is available if you want it. Just say sold if so. Ed Nelson said condition on Mahogany Rush. No condition notes on the vinyl. A VG Plus cover gatefold. Very clean vinyl. Bad Company's at 28 with John Young. Charlie Beasley says that's it. Let me know if you want it. Ted Nugent in shrink wrap. A Holland press from 1978. $19.99. Charlie Beasley says he'll take it. That's sold to Charlie Beasley. Bad Company's at 31. Fred Carnell wants the Mahogany Rush. That will be yours only. No, it won't be. Ed Nelson said sold. Ed Nelson gets Mahogany Rush. Brent Robley was third. John Lennon, Imagine. Laminate top cover, $34.99. Super clean vinyl, $34.99. It has the original inner sleeve, $34.99 on John Lennon, Imagine. John Lennon, Walls and Bridges, $24.99. John Lennon, Walls and Bridges. John Lennon, Mind Games is $19.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Hot Number in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $19.99 on the Fabulous Thunderbirds. We Had a Ball, Art Blakey, Milt Jackson, Oscar Peterson, Dizzy Gillespie, Quincy Jones, and Chet Baker. Wow. It's a 1964 stereo press, $19.99. That looked like a really cool jazz compilation. Next is Rich Krulak. He wants Ted Nugent, State of Shock. That is sold to Rich. Greg Rogers on FT. FT. What was FT? We have Fabulous Thunderbirds. That's sold to Greg Rogers. And Acoustic Alchemy, Natural Elements, $24.99. Which Ted Nugent has Stranglehold. That is on the first self-titled Ted Nugent album. It's on self-titled. And Fred Carnell wants the jazz compilation. One more in here. A Japanese pressing of Eric Clapton, Backless, $44.99. We actually got that in a collection, $44.99. Rich says, not Weekend Warriors. Which one did I grab? I grabbed Weekend Warriors. You're absolutely right. He wanted State of Shock, the white label promo. That's sold to Rich. There's the rest of those back in order. And condition on Johnny Cash. The vinyl is near mint minus. No condition. I don't think any of these have condition notes. This is a really superb copy. Sun, Memphis, $49.99. All right, who wants Elton John for just a $35 buy now? You probably don't want to open this, but if you want to go ahead and have some fun, sealed Elton John for just $35. I know John Young's not going to buy it. I can't believe no one else bid on it. I know John's not going to open it. $35 buy it now. That is, I'm going to consider that a deal. Sell that to John Young. We sell open near mint copies for that. That was sealed. John Young gets that for a $35 buy it now. Next is Craig Johnson. Says he'll take the Johnny Cash. Is the Clapton colored vinyl. Well, let's take a look. Let's see here. It's black. Let me hold it up to the light. No, it is black vinyl. It is perfect, though, as usual. High bid on Bad Companies at $32. Let's go ahead and run the Cheap Trick. Cheap Trick at Budokan. This should be near mint minus, pristine Japanese quality. It is with the booklet. With the booklet, has a multi-page Japanese book there with it. And this has the obi. And this is a $45 start. Cheap Trick at Budokan. Cheap Trick at Budokan. $45 start on that. It's complete, near mint, glossy cover, obi booklet, orange Epic label. I'm going to mute the mic for 1 second while I take a drink of water. I'm back. I'm sure you don't want to hear me drinking water right up next to the mic. Okay, Bad Company, 3233, Cheap Trick, 45. Mark Lanigan. We will write that name down. Let's go through this one more time. I'm just going to read titles. We still got 2 more crates of vintage stuff to go through. 2 more crates of vintage stuff to go through. And then we're going to go through a big recap because we've went through so many incredible albums tonight. So many incredible albums tonight. So 2 bids on Cheap Trick. Tony Shore was first. I'm going to read titles. If you want price or condition, let me know. We have Sister Sledge, The Sisters, Carly Simon, The Stampeders, Sweet City Woman, Frank Sinatra, 2-in-1, Jesse Coulter, Carly Simon, Harry Nilsson, Boston. Holland with hop sticker, near mint gatefold with hop sticker, $49.99. Jackie Reynolds wants the Donna Summer live. I think that's about to come up. Actually, let me go ahead and pull it. That was right here, live and more. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. We have the White and McKays. This is a Verve jazz compilation. Lots of big names on there, just $14.99. Also, Moody Blues in Search of the Lost Chord is still available. The Association Live. This was Africans with Mainframes, and this was solo music featuring Kimberly. Joe Stampley, Ted Nugent, Cat Scratch Fever, Traffic, Hall & Oates, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Nazareth, Rare Earth, Beach Boys, John Lennon, Acoustic Alchemy, Natural Elements, Ted Nugent, and Eric Clapton. Let's see here. Cheap Trick is at 48. I think we can do Mark Lanigan. Oh, yes. I don't know if we can get any of his solo stuff or not. I will check on it, though. I know who you're talking about now. Bad Company. John Young said out. Final Call. Calvin Ward had that for $33 in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Or in shrink wrap. Those aren't hop stickers. Those are price tags. We could call them hop stickers. They're hopping up the price. I'm going to put Boston back in here. Ted Nugent Cat Scratch Fever was $14.99. $14.99. Cheap Tricks at 50, now 55. Chris Farrar wants the Acoustic Alchemy. That's old Chris Farrar. If you decide you want anything else in here, let me know. They're right here behind me. Let me try to say this name again. Galalian. That is, I don't think I'm not saying it correctly. That was 10 Years of Harmony, the Beach Boys. If y'all know I can do anything right, that is correctly mispronouncing names. All right, let's go through, or especially YouTube handles. I've had some wild YouTube handles over the last couple years. Some of them I couldn't say out loud. It was like, or sometimes I'm hesitant because I'm like, wait a minute. If I say this, it's worded to sound like something else. Let's see here. Bad Company. John Lee. Oh, no, wait a minute. I thought I already sold it. I was about to say, John Leal, you're too late. Never mind. We're still bidding. John Leal's at 34. Cheap Tricks at 56. Chris Farrar wants the Kimberly. And Bad Company's at 36. So we're still bidding on that. Was there a Nazareth album left? I thought we sold all the Nazareths. Let me see which one was left. I can't believe no one bought any of the John Lennon albums. They were so nice. Let's see here. Ted Nugent, Boston, Eric Clapton, Ted Nugent, John Lennon, Beach Boys. That was 10 Years of Harmony, $34.99. Rare Earth. Yes, Nazareth. Yes, it's in shrink wrap, $29.99. It's a Holland press. Hall & Oates, and what was the other question? Kimberly. Kimberly was sold. Yes, Nazareth was near mint in shrink wrap with the lyric insert from Holland on Vertigo, $29.99. And Chris Farrar wants Kimberly. He also got the Last Claim Acoustic Alchemy. So Joe Hawkins, Nazareth is a near mint copy with the original inner sleeve, Vertigo label from Holland, and it has the insert with it. Wow, that's a cool insert. Oh, it's a merchandise form. $29.99. Check that out. Should have showed that a long time ago. I'm going to slide that right there in the front of the cover. That is $29.99. Okay, Bad Company. We're still bidding on Bad Company. We're still bidding on Cheap Trick. Let's start a new crate. Greaseman. Yep, Greaseman. $14.99. Guitar Lard Gut Records. $14.99. The Rolling Stones, Love You Live, $49.99. That's a 2LP live Rolling Stones, $49.99. Frank Sinatra and Count Basie, I Might As Well Be Swing, Sinatra and Basie, $14.99. Jethro Tull, Under Wraps with Hop Sticker, $19.99, Gold Stamp promo. Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, $29.99 on Jefferson Airplane. Spyro Gyra, Free Time, $9.99. Also, Burton Cummings, $12.99. And Hey Jude, Hey Bing Crosby, Hey Jude, $9.99. Okay, Bad Company, 40. Cheap Trick, 61. Daniel Cody says he'll take Ted Nugent if it was near mint minus. Actually, he put mint minus, so he wants this thing to look like it's brand new. And there's a good chance it is. This is, I do see it's not flawless. It's still, in my opinion, EX plus to near mint minus, but it does have a couple stray marks on it. It is $14.99. That is Cat Scratch Fever. Daniel, if you wanted, just say sold or you can pass. It's still an EX plus to near mint minus, but it's not flawless. John Leal's out on Bad Company. That means Calvin Ward has that for 40. Final call. Cheap Trick 65. Next new comment was JT with Jeff McMaster. That was Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull to Jeff McMaster. Brandon Jackson says he'll take the Nazareth. Let me make sure Joe, who asked about this? Hawkins, Joe L. Hawkins. If you're passing on this, I'm going to sell it to Brandon Jackson, but you do have dibs. Cheap Tricks at 65 and Bad Company is at 40. Now, the reason we're bidding on this one is because this is a tough cover to get in high grade, and this one's still preserved in shrink wrap. It's really nice, and even the shrink wrap is nice. And that is a final call for $40 to Calvin Ward. I think y'all seen those before. Next time one pops up, I'll remind you this is how they normally look. REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble, $19.99 for REO Speedwagon, Good Trouble. The Rolling Stones, 30 Greatest Hits on 2 LPs. This is $44.99. That's a lot of music. That's a 2 LP, $44.99 in shrink wrap. Kevin Willis, Spyro Gyra is $9.99, and that's called Free Time. Stephen Chesney, you get the Cat Scratch Fever. Bad Company, Shane Devers is back in. Not so fast, my friend, as Lee Corso says. Bad Company, new bid, $45. Anybody else that was bidding on Cheap Trick, please let me know. Brent was at 65. Rich Krulak, Rich, let me know if you want to bid again. It looks like it's between you and it looks like it's between Brent, Rich, and Fred Carnell. Hadn't bid in a while, but it looks like it's between those two. All right, and we have let's see. Kevin Willis said take on Spyro Gyra. Frank Sinatra, Nick Bargeron, Frank Sinatra with Count Basie. Also, arrangements by Quincy Jones, $14.99, the original custom Frank Sinatra label. Fred's back in on Cheap Trick at 66. Rolling Stones is Japanese. I believe the Rolling Stones is from Holland. I don't think this is Japanese. Or Italy, maybe. I don't think it's Japanese. This is from Holland or Italy. This is Italy. This is from Italy. That is in shrink wrap, near mint, $44.99. Bad Company, $47. Rich and Brent are out on Cheap Trick. Fred Carnell has it for $66. New bidder, Mark Lentz at $69. Nick Bargeron said sold, and that was on the Sinatra and Basie. Calvin's out on Bad Company. So, Bad Company is now at $50 with Shane Devers, and Mark Lent is at $69 on Cheap Trick. We have the MCA Sound Conspiracy. Wow, a compilation from MCA I've never seen before, $12.99. This has Jeremiah, Chelsea, Wishbone Ash, American Eagle, Raw, Fanny Adams, Melissa, Virgil Fox, Class Harp. I've had a lot of those albums before. Of course, I definitely know Wishbone Ash, Matthew Southern Comfort. That looks like a kind of a deep cut sampler. Yeah, I was about to say, I've seen some of those albums before. Melissa and Chelsea and American Eagle, Fanny Adams. That's a compilation from MCA, $12.99. Echoes of a Rock Era. Echoes of a Rock Era, another 2 LP compilation, $16.99. This has songs such as My Guy by Mary Wells, The Locomotion by Little Eva, Benny King's on here, also Chubby Checker, The Cleft Tones, Lee Dorsey, etc. Ian says, I'll take the Sinatra if nobody else wants it. It has already been claimed. Did you get the new Hardcore Takeover comp by any chance? I did not. Wow, haven't had this in a while. Jeff Beck's Guitar Shop from 1989 in shrink wrap, $49.99. I think I've only ever had this once before, and then it was in print for Music on Vinyl. That's near mint in shrink wrap. Jeff Beck, $49.99. 32 original hits, $16.99. This is 32 original hits comp, $16.99. Jeff McMaster gets Jeff Beck. All right, we're all done on Bad Company. The other two bidders, Brent, the other two longtime bidders were out. I'm going to say Bad Company is sold to Shane Devers for $50. That's gone. $50 to Shane Devers. I'm going to do a final call on Cheap Trick because we had a lot of bidders on that, including a recent one. Mark Lynn is at $69 on Cheap Trick. Fred Carnell, let me know if you're in or out. Roger Ramjet, second on Jeff Beck, and Kevin Willis is third. The Beach Boys, High Water, a 2-record set. The Beach Boys is $19.99. And Phil Collins, wow, I've never seen this before. Don't Let Him Steal Your Heart Away. That's a 12-inch single. And So to F. That's a 12-inch single from Phil Collins, $9. It's a 3D cover, it looks like. $9.99. All right, let's see what we got left in our auction bin. We got Tears for Fears and Little River Band coming up next, because I'm about to end Cheap Trick. I actually showed this late last night, like around midnight. We put this up for auction. I'm going to try it one more time. This is Little River Band, The Net. This was the only Japanese record left over from last night. I think I put it up for auction like at 11:30 or midnight Central Time. Blue vinyl from Japan. It's the Little River Band, The Net. That is a $25 start. $25 start. It includes the Japanese insert and a really nice cover with Obi. $25 start. $25 start on that. All right, let's sell Cheap Trick. I did not hear back from Fred Cardinal. That's sold to Mark Lent for $69. Tears for Fears. Here we go. One of my favorites. Songs from the Big Chair. A beautiful, near mint minus pristine Japanese pressing. $45 start. I'm definitely going to have to listen to it tonight. It is near mint and pristine. $45 start. Tears for Fears. Songs from the Big Chair. Tears for Fears, Songs from the Big Chair. This has got a 2-page flip. It has the cover with the Obi. There's just a little bit of foxing right here. The Japanese pressing of this sounds incredible. I've got multiple different versions of this in my collection. This is a great sound, and I've got this exact one. It's incredible. Some of those songs on there, I Believe, Broken. I think it's I Believe, where they're really emphasizing their vocals. Of course, Shout and Everybody Wants to Rule the World, but I like these deep cuts. The Working Hour, Mother's Talk, I Believe, Broken. I think it's Listen. I think it's that last track where it's just like ambient, almost like improv vocals they're doing. It's just incredible. $45 start on that. The Phil Collins is $9.99. Phil Collins, $9.99. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits, $24.99. Chuck Berry's Golden Hits. If you're just joining us, don't go anywhere. I know it's almost 10 o'clock, but we have a whole nother crate of vintage to do after this, and then we're going to do a recap. Rich, don't go to bed. You're going to miss something. Weather report, heavy weather, $34.99. Jeff McMaster said tag it, and that was for the Phil Collins. Jeff, I'm going to send you a message after I'm done for the night, so be looking out for your personal Facebook inbox. I got to send you a message about something, so I'll be doing that after the sale. Just heads up to be looking for that. Widowmaker. Widowmaker self-titled is $9.99. Widowmaker self-titled, and No Base Hit. No Base Hit. This is Dave McKenna, Scott Hamilton, and Jake Hama, $9.99. Also, Gene Autry's Country Music Hall of Fame, $9.99. Rockin' On, $9.99. Also, Darren Davis, I forgot to answer your question. Seeing that comp reminded me. The 32 original hits is, let me read off some of the artists. Everly Brothers, The Chordettes, Jackie Wilson, Connie Francis, Phil Phillips, Chuck Berry, Dottie Stevens, Buddy Knox, Lloyd Price, Robin Luke, Jarmels, Patty Page, Richie Valens, Dale Vikings, Buddy Holly. That is $16.99. Also, Montrose Summit. This is a jazz. Montrose Summit. Bob James, George Duke, Billy Cobbin, Ralph McDonald, Steve Kahn. That is $19.99. And the Jazz Bebop era. Jazz Bebop era, $14.99. Todd Tipton on Widow. That was this right here, Widowmaker, sold to Todd Tipton. Rockin' On Hits. That is Freddie Cannon, Jim Blow, The Capris, Joey D, Little Richard, Johnny and the Hurricanes. That's just a couple jump arounds. John Duran says he'll take the 32 hits. Let me make sure Darren Davis doesn't want that. Also, Chris DeMoss said tracks on Little River Band. I'm just now seeing that. You're Driving Me Out of My Mind. We Too. No More Tears. Mr. Socialite. No More Tears. I didn't realize Ozzy covered Little River Band. Down on the Border, the Danger Sign, Falling, Sleepless Night, Easy Money in the Net. All these years, I had no idea Ozzy covered No More Tears. Can you believe that, Tanner? That is incredible. Darren says he can have it. That's so to John Duran. And we're looking for a $45 start on Tears for Fears and a $25 start on Little River Band. The Encyclopedia of Jazz in the 60s, Volume 1. Encyclopedia of Jazz. This is the Blues, $14.99. The Best of Tommy James and the Shondells, Near Mint, Gatefold. Another one. That's the second one tonight. I can't recommend it enough. Also, the Kinks. We are in some Wayne Titsworth records. I thought we were based on the compilations. Wayne Titsworth had that Widowmaker. There was another one I know for sure I sold Wayne. This is the Kinks. This is on Pi. It's, what is this one actually called? But I remember selling it to him, and he was very excited to have it. It is $64.99. It's a 1970 UK. Guess it's just the Kinks self-titled. I think it's just the Kinks self-titled. It's a 2 LP compilation, and that is $64.99. And that is about a VG Plus cover, VG Plus. Okay, Daniel Cody, first in on Tears for Fears for $45. Brent, you was in second. Chris is in on Little River Band at $25. And Folkway Records Volume 8 Jazz, $19.99. Also, Folkway Records Jazz Volume 11. So these have some notes on the back. This was $19.99. This one is a 1958 mono with booklet, $19.99. Sizzle and Blake, Early Rare Recordings, Volume 1, $14.99. And Mastodon, Once More Round the Sun. Mastodon is $49.99. Green and white marbled vinyl, Mastodon, $49.99. This is J.O. Felony, What You're Gonna Do. J.O. Felony from 1998, $24.99. Nigel Del Rocket wants the Kinks. That's so to Nigel Del Rocket. Brent is back in on Tears for Fears at $50, so Daniel Cody, you're out. Final Call on Little River Band for $25. The Blues album we showed, that was Leonard Feather, Encyclopedia of Jazz in the 60s, Volume 1, The Blues. And that is $14.99. Encyclopedia of Jazz on Verve, The Blues, $14.99. Daniel says he is out. He is out on that, so that's a final call for $50. Joshua, there's the medal you just requested. That's so to Joshua Cross. And we have, I'll take a new copy of David Bowie. Jackie wants a copy of David Bowie Changes. I can't get to those. They're unfortunately at the very bottom of the stack. But Jackie, I will get you one pulled when we come across those. There's those. I'm just going to read these titles one more time. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. Brent Robley gets the Tears for Fears for $50. And Little River Band is sold to Chris DeMoss for $25. Those are sold. Now, I'm going to do a quick tease. Here's 2 records I'm keeping. I'm going to pull them out of the crate and put them away before I'm accidentally, but here's 2 new arrivals. I think I already have this. If so, I'll put it up for sale in about a year when I finally sit down and organize my collection. And once again, another James Bond record I had never seen before. Super Max 20. That's really cool. Roger Moore on the cover. Sorry, everybody. Those are James Bond and Godfather. That's number 1 and number 2 probably in my heart when it comes to movies. So, sorry about that. Right, Tanner? They'll be, if I have a duplicate, they'll be for sale, but I don't think I have duplicates of those. Okay, I've been trying to sell this. I'm going to start it so low where somebody has to bid on it. I'm going to start it what I start an open copy for. This is sealed Toto 4. Sealed Toto 4. It has never been opened. It's also got perfect shrink wrap. $35 start. Sealed Toto 4. $35 start. Sealed. $35 start. Anywhere on Archie Bell. Brent, like I said, I don't know. I laid those out for them to price them. If they're not in this next crate, then we don't have them. If they're not in this next crate, then they didn't either price it for some reason, or it's going to be in a bin tomorrow. Wow, what's that record doing in there? Wow, this next crate's really good. I'm going to leave them all in here as buy it nows, but this next crate's really good. So there's our sealed Toto. Let's see here. Next is 35 and 35. So let me recap this bin. I'm just going to read titles. We have Greaseman, if you need questions, prices, information, let me know. Greaseman, the Rolling Stones Live, Jefferson Airplane Flight Log, Burton Cummings, Hey Jude, Hey Bean, REO Speedwagon, the Rolling Stones, the MCA Sound, Echoes of an Era, the Beach Boys, Chuck Berry, Weather Report, Dave McKenna, Scott Hamilton, Gene Autry, Montreux Jazz Summit, Rockin' On, the Jazz Bebop Era, Best of Tommy James and the Shondells, info on Folkways Jazz. George, this is Volume 8, Folkway Jazz Records, Big Bands. This is called Big Bands. Band 1, Copenhagen, Money Blues, Kansas City Breakdown, Sergota Shout. Those are the name of the songs. This is Fletcher Henderson, Charlie Johnson, Louis Russell, McKinney's Cotton Pickers, Jimmy Lunsford. That's 1999. The other one is Volume 11. This is Adina, Volume 11. This is Folkways, let's see, Ori's Creole Trombone, Little Bits, Home Cooking. These are some early 30s. Most of these are 30s recordings, I believe. REO title. REO Speedwagon was Good Trouble, 1999. John Porter asked, and so does Denise. Next is this a compilation of the Beach Boys? Yes, this compilation, this is called The Beach Boys High Water, a 2-record set. Good Vibration, God Only Knows, Dance, Dance, Dance. That's a 2 LP from Pickwick, 1999. Compilations, track list on the Rolling Stones. There's a bunch. There's 30, but I will give you some information on it. I'll jump around a little bit. Not Fade Away, It's All Over Now, Time's on My Side, Heart of Stone, Satisfaction, Play with Fire, As Tears Go By, 19th Nervous Breakdown, Lady Jane, Let's Spend the Night Together, Dandelion, Ruby Tuesday, She's a Rainbow, 2,000 Light Years, Jumpin' Jack Flash, Honky Tonk Woman, You Can't Always Get What You Want, Wild Horses, Brown Sugar. That's a 2 LP Italian pressing, mint and shrink wrap, $44.99. Honestly, is the band Chelsea the pre-Kiss Peter Criss band? Somebody just said about that earlier. Chelsea, Derek Clark, I think, made a note about that. Chelsea, I don't know if that was Peter Criss or not. What happened to that record? This is, I'm not for sure. First produced, I don't see any information on that. $12.99 is the price on it, though. John Porter said he'll take the REO. So update on the Sealed Toto. Grant Peltzer has this for $35. Eric Powers, you were second to bid $35. Grant was first. That's Sealed Toto 4, $35. That's definitely going to be mint and pristine. Sissel and Blake, J.O. Felony, and then the Encyclopedia of Jazz. Let's go through this next crate that I just took a peek at. And David Bowie would be probably in that black crate at the bottom. I'm going to go through that after this. I'm going to start back from the beginning, so I won't forget. Jackie Reynolds, David Bowie changes. This looks like a really good crate of new vintage stuff. I think y'all are going to like some of these titles. Let's go through this one more time. We have new vintage arrivals, starting with Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley is a 1958 mono, VG minus, $34.99, but still, name of the artist is Bo Diddley. The name of the album is Bo Diddley, and the first track is Bo Diddley. There's a couple other bands that's done that before. Bo Diddley did it first, I believe. $34.99 on Bo Diddley. Eric Powers is backing on the Sealed Toto at $36. The Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach. VG copy, $17.99. VG copy, $17.99. The classic Eat a Peach. VG, $17.99 on the Allman Brothers. The Who Sellout. VG minus, $14.99 on the Who Sellout. This is a Paul Ben. Paul priced these. Monster Rally. Wow, how cool. Monster Rally. That's a pretty cool cover. 1959 mono, VG minus, $19.99. Check out that cover from 1959. Monster Rally. Eric Powers is at 36 on Toto. Grant's back in at 40. Ryan Christie wants the Allman Brothers. We have B.B. King, Indiola, Mississippi Seeds. VG, $11.99. Jeff McMaster gets the Monster Rally. I probably had another look at that, and I probably would have pulled that out for myself, but that's so did Jeff McMaster. Kevin Willis, The Who, is a VG minus for $14.99. Kevin, you're out on Toto. Herbie Mann, Memphis Underground, with Hype Sticker, VG, $12.99. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, that's a VG copy for $14.99. Chris, you were second on Monster Rally. In Step, Stevie Ray Vaughan, an OG VG Plus condition,
$54.99. That's a very clean VG Plus too. That was almost grabbed to be put up for auction. I hadn't had a copy of that in a long time. OG Stevie Ray Vaughan, VG Plus, $54.99. Taj Mahal, Music Keeps Me Together. Taj Mahal is EX, $16.99. Rydell Martin, first on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Shane Devers, you were second. Al Di Meola, Elegant Gypsy. Al Di Meola was VG Plus, $12.99. Stanley Clark, Journey to Love. Stanley Clark was VG Plus, $14.99. Star Wars, it has the insert. No poster, but it does have the insert. 2LP, Star Wars A New Hope. When this came out, it was just known as Star Wars. There was no Episode 5 yet. This is $39.99, EX condition. Tony Barrara says he'll take Star Wars. And Gordon Lightfoot, Gord's Gold. The great Gordon Lightfoot compilation, VG Plus condition, $21.99. All right, I'm about to sell Toto. I'm waiting for Eric Powers to say out, but Grant Peltz is at 40 on that. Steppenwolf, self-titled debut album with the foil cover, VG Plus condition, $14.99 on Steppenwolf, self-titled. Willie Nelson Stardust, that's a VG copy for $11.99. And Keith Jarrett, El Juicio, The Judgment, Keith Jarrett, EX, $12.99. Eric's out, final call on Toto for $40. The Beau Brummels is in shrink wrap. It's a 66 mono, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Ava says she'll take the Willie Nelson. Thank you. That's sold to you. Also, for anybody new still watching, we've had several new customers tonight. They've probably seen our Facebook ad and our Instagram ads. Thank you for tuning in. Here's what we're doing, and here's what we're doing the rest of the night. We're going to do this again tomorrow, which is Friday, and we do it again on Saturday. So anything you've bought tonight adds up all together for just $7 unlimited shipping, as much as you want to buy. So right now, we're still going through new vintage arrivals. Then we're going to do a big recap. We're going to go back to the very first part of the show, and everything may even be where I accept offers on them. Right now, everything's sticker price. These are new arrivals, and that's where we're at. So Ian wants ADM. ADM was Al Di Meola. That's sold to Ian. Let's go ahead and sell Toto for $40. That is sold to Grant Peltzer for $40. And Wes Montgomery, Just Walking. Wes Montgomery is a promo copy, VG condition, $9.99. Now, if these look familiar, this is from that big jazz order. We've mixed in several tonight. I think I told y'all we had 5 or 6 crates. It was like a $5,000 order, multiple invoices over multiple weeks we didn't get paid for. Paul has been going through those. He's been re-cleaning them, re-sleeving them, repricing them. And some of those have been mixed up. That was from that big jazz order we didn't get paid for. So that is one of those. That's a promo. Wes Montgomery, Just Walking, VG $9.99. That's sold to George the Wild. Does Steppenwolf have the pusher on it? If it's not on this one, it's on their second album. This has the pusher on it. Yes, this has the pusher on it. That is VG Plus $14.99. George Harrison, Living in the Material World, VG $12.99. That has the insert. And The Falcon and the Snowman, original motion picture soundtrack. Pat Metheny, doing this, VG Plus $12.99. How many monsters? I've had 0 monsters, but I've had some highly concentrated, it's just pure sugar at the bottom, or not sugar, pure mix of these energy packets from Walmart. I've had about 2 of those, and I'm on an empty stomach. So about the only thing that's winning me in the last 18 hours is pure caffeine. I'm on a fast right now, so I'm going to eat as soon as the sale's over, but I haven't eaten about 18 or 19 hours almost. So the box tops, the letter, VG Plus $19.99, and The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, VG $12.99, just straight caffeine in me. The Seeds, VG minus $19.99 for the Seeds, and we have Big Hits, High Tide and Greengrass, the Rolling Stones. Hot sticker, EX condition $36.99. This one isn't quite like the other one in shrink wrap. Also, REB wrote his name, but that does have the hop sticker. VG Plus $36.99. Stanley Clark Modern Man, that's VG Plus $14.99. And Willpower, was that something I missed, or is that he just saying Willpower? We have Freddie Hubbard, Bundle of Joy, EX $17.99. EX $17.99 for Freddie Hubbard. It's Not Killing Me, Michael Bloomfield, EX $16.99. Also, I Feel Like I'm Fixing to Die, Country Joe McDonald, Country Joe and the Fish, EX condition $16.99. Lightning Hopkins Sings the Blues. Wow. Lightning Hopkins sings the blues. A 1962 mono, VG minus $26.99. Kevin Willis on Mike Bloomfield. That's so to Kevin Willis. We have Iron Butterfly in Agata DeVita. VG plus $14.99. Willpower. Oh, no, eating for yes. It's tough. Well, pretty much I had to get here. I was going to stop at Jersey Mike's. I would have definitely ate. I'm not really trying to fast, but at this point, I'm on one, so I was just going to wait. I think those things actually kill your fast, technically, if you're drinking those mixtures. You can only drink water on a true fast, right, Tanner? All right. Chris DeMoss said LH for Lightning Hopkins, and Brian C. wants Country Joe. Whoa! We've got an Inagata DeVita and shrink wrap. Also, Craig Johnson wants the Steppenwolf. I'm assuming that Joshua Cross didn't want that. So let's sell Steppenwolf to Craig Johnson, unless there was another one in here. There wasn't. And we have Iron Butterfly and Agata DeVita. Go Bo Diddley. That's a 1959 mono VG $49.99. Check your messenger. Carol, I will do that Saturday morning. Herbie Mann, push, push. Herbie Mann is a white label promo, VG minus $9.99. And George Harrison, VG plus $19.99. That's for Doc Horse. Carol, I would love to check my messenger, but I am booked solid. I will open up your message on Saturday morning. I promise. No, I'm just joking. I will try to look at it as soon as possible. I'm currently in the middle of selling records. Joe Sloop said he'll take Iron Butterfly. The Gordon Lightfoot is VG plus condition $21.99. VG plus condition $21.99. It's a 2LP compilation of hits. VG plus $21.99. All right. Now, you're not supposed to drink anything on a fast except water, which I did the fast diet. I did it for 1 week, and I lost 10 pounds, just still eating normal. So it's pretty incredible if y'all want to try it. It's tough. You'll have headaches. I got one right now. But if you can get by 18 hours without eating, I lost 10 pounds just like I was still eating cake and everything. You know, it sheds off. Doing it the first week, you'll lose 10 pounds just instantly if you're as heavy as I am. Let's go through these one more time. First, we have Bo Diddley. We have B.B. King, The Who, Herbie Mann, Fleetwood Mac, Taj Mahal, Stanley Clarke, Keith Jarrett, Beau Brummel, George Harrison, Falcon and the Snowman, The Box Tops, Crazy World of Arthur Brown, The Seeds, The Rolling Stones, Stanley Clarke, Freddie Hubbard, Go Bo Diddley, George Harrison, Gordon Lightfoot. George Somers says he lost over 100 pounds doing it for 2 years. Yeah, if you eat right and do it, you'll really lose weight. I was still eating McDonald's and Whataburger, and I still lost 10 pounds. If you diet and fast, it will really work. And if I was on a normal sleep schedule and I actually was awake during the day and had better food options or had time to meal prep, I would probably still be doing it because it wasn't too bad after my body got adjusted. But I did have some headaches for sure. I definitely had some headaches that first week. It was painful because I'm used to eating thousands of calories. I can really put down some food. I mean, whole packs of Oreos. So, okay. Let's go through. Let's start back from the beginning of the show. Let me figure out which crate I need to condense first. Let's see. I think I went through these and then these, right? These and then these. Yep. So let me do some condensing here. We will try to find some of the very first records we went through tonight. Let me do a little bit of crate condensing. There's those. There's these. I don't know which was technically gone through first, but I will try my best to get them in that order. We're going to start with some Buy It Now Best Offers. We're going to go through some records, and I'm going to entertain offers and best offers except on the new stuff. I'm doing some condensing right now. We have sold a lot of LPs. I've already emptied 3 crates, and I'm not to the bottom of the stack yet. Here's one of the first crates of vintage we started with. Let me shift these forward and condense this with it. And also, most of our new vinyl can fit into 1 crate too. So hopefully when we go back through these things. So I've got 4 crates of vintage to recap. That's a lot. I'm definitely going to do the oldest stuff first and a little bit of new vinyl. So let me first start with one of the first crates of new vinyl we went through. If you missed that, we got some really good stuff in here, stuff I've never had before, and surprise restocks. Let's see here. We have, let's see. We have, Ian says he's going to pass on the Herbie Mann. Okay, I do not have a list of Mammoth. I do have the Cult Pure Singles, $33.99. The Cult Pure Singles, $33.99. The Mammoth list will be read off tomorrow. Jerry Cantrell, Degradation Trip Volumes 1 and 2. Degradation Trip Volumes 1 and 2. This is on orange and brown vinyl. This is the 20th anniversary with 28-page book. 28-page book, 20th anniversary, 4LP, $89.99. The Cult, $33.99. The Rolling Stones Rock and Roll Circus, $79.99. 4LP box. The Archies, limited edition splatter vinyl, $33.99. Greta Van Fleet, new album, Starcatcher, $34.99. From the Fires, $33.99. The Battle at Garden's Gate, that's on white vinyl for $44.99. And Anthem of the Peaceful Army, $36.99. These are all new and sealed. Anthem of the Peaceful Army, $36.99 black vinyl. Battle at Garden's Gate is white vinyl, $44.99. From the Fires, $33.99. And Starcatcher is $34.99. Those are all in stock and on that. I'm on the list for Mammoth. Let me give everybody one more quick update on Mammoth. The Wolfgang Van Halen Mammoth 2 album comes out tomorrow. I think we've got all that we're going to get, which is just 15 copies, on the yellow vinyl autographed inserts. So he did an indie exclusive where he autographed a vinyl flat of the cover. They're inside of the vinyl. It's on yellow vinyl. We had about 200 pre-orders. I ordered about 300 of them, and I've got 15 on hand. I don't know if I'm getting more tomorrow. If I do, that will be great, but it's very unlikely. If you pre-order that with me, the first 15 people who claimed it will be getting one. I'm not keeping one. Doug's not keeping one. Nobody here on staff is keeping one. They're all going to customers. The first 15. And then we'll try to get black vinyl. So sorry, Doug, and sorry, Chad and Paul, or anybody else that wanted one. I don't know if Doug even wanted one. I was going to keep one just because they were autographed, but we're giving out the first 15 to customers, and that's all we're probably getting. It's also been discontinued, so they're not going to make any more yellow vinyl, and he's not going to autograph anymore. So the 15 we get is all we got, and then I'm going to have to create a whole new post and advertise for the black vinyl. But they're still making the first Wolfgang Van Halen album. They're still making those on indie exclusive colored vinyl. They're still pressing those. This one they've cut off and they said no more. It's going straight to black, just like Metallica did with their new album. The Archies, pink, black, and splatter vinyl. That is $33.99 on the Archies. Townes Van Zandt, 3 albums, self-titled, $31.99. Delta Mama Blues, $31.99. We have For the Sake of the Song, $31.99. Snoop Dogg, Never Left, $26.99, green vinyl. Snoop Dogg, Rhythm and Gangsta, $44.99. Also, the Titanic soundtrack, 25th anniversary from Music on Vinyl, $44.99. Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd, boy, that's a tough title. Let me slow down on that one. Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band. How about we just call it Charles Wright? Express Yourself, great album. That's on turquoise colored vinyl. That is $38.99. Mammoth is left over. There'll be no leftovers. No, we're about 180 short, unfortunately. I knew that was going to happen. Sometimes the really cool indie exclusive comes out, like autographs. And if I don't post a pre-order, we'll have 1 million people ask. But I just know deep down that they're not going to make as many people want. If people find out there's an autographed copy, obviously that's the one everybody wants. And then they're not going to make many. He's not going to sign many. So there's usually a lot of disappointed people. And I hate disappointing people on pre-orders because I post them thinking we're going to get them and then we don't. So, sorry. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park, $44.99 for Death Angel. We also have Cinderella, Night Songs, $38.99. Carole King, Pearl, Songs of Goffin and King, $38.99. Soul Collected, very good compilation, $46.99. Also, New Chet Baker, recording as quartet, $44.99. Velvet Fog is $38.99. Clutch is $38.99, and the B-52s is $38.99. I'm surprised the Death Angels are still there. We have B-52s, Clutch, Velvet Fog, Chet Baker, Soul Collected, Carole King, Cinderella, Death Angel, Charles Wright, Titanic. We have Snoop Dogg, Townes Van Zandt, another one, a third one. The Archies is sold to Gary Mudd. Joshua wants Clutch. And the last 3 in here, Rolling Stones. I'm really surprised nobody got Jerry Cantrell yet. And the Cult. We sold one of those earlier There's the other. So that's crate number 1 of new vinyl. I've got another crate over here with just a couple records. It will take me 2 seconds to read them. It's only 3 titles, I think. The first is Taylor Swift, Fearless, Platinum Edition, back in stock, $31.99. There's David Bowie for Jackie Reynolds. Changes. I've got one left if anybody else wants it. That's a David Bowie Greatest Hits. I've got 1 copy left of Elton John, Made in England. OGs are $500, $300, $400. That one is $36.99. Extreme is $44.99. That's on red vinyl. Extreme, $44.99. Joshua got Clutch. Tony wants Snoop Dogg. Never Left or Never Left on green vinyl. And what was the other claim I seen that come in? Jared Benoit wants a Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. I was waiting for somebody to claim at least one of those. Those are sold and sold. Snoop Dogg to Tony, Jared on Death Angel. Okay, let's go through some of the very first vintage we showed tonight, and I will entertain fair offers on these, fair offers, because they're new arrivals, they're great records, and they've never been put out for sale until tonight. Y'all are seeing them for the first time. So they haven't been put out in our store, hadn't showed them anywhere else on Facebook. If I have, they wasn't available. I would probably tell somebody nobody wanted any Greta Van Fleet. They must be looking for something else because that's pretty much their entire discography, unless that very first album, which isn't in print. That's all the Greta Van Fleets, I'm pretty sure, except for that first album, which is not in print. Okay, I got 2 Billy Squier Japanese pressings I'm going to do for a blowout to start this. I'm going to do these for just $20. You heard me right. Just $20. Japanese pressings of Billy Squier, Signs of Life, near mint and pristine. Tool. We have Tool Opiate, Tool Lateralis, Tool Undertow, and that's pretty much the only 3 albums in print except for Fear Inoculum. And I have Fear Inoculum, but it comes as a box set. We have Tool Opiate, Tool Fear Inoculum, Tool Undertow, and Tool Lateralis. Any other Tool album you can name has never been released on vinyl. That includes 10,000 Days and Anima. Those have never been pressed on vinyl. Well, not reissued, at least. Jack DeJohnette's. These are all buy it now, best offer. Jack DeJohnette Special Edition, Tin Can Alley, $16.99. Jetted is on DGB. Jetted, what was DGB? And I will pull that for you. David Bowie hit, greatest, maybe? Changes, I think, maybe. Let's see. The Fear Inoculum box sets I'll do for $150. Then we have Undertow $33.99, Fear Inoculum $46.99, and Opiate is $22.99. They should be, some of them should be over there. The rest of them are kind of mixed in all the bins. Al Di Meola Tour de Force Live. Al Di Meola is $14.99. Dave Grusin, One of a Kind. Dave Grusin is $14.99. Something Else by the Kinks, $39.99. This is a single tone reprise label, $39.99. Yeah, there's Tool Opiate. It is $23.99. Actually, for a single disc, for that to be so inexpensive, it sounds really good. We have Tony says he'll take Opiate and he'll take one of the Fear Inoculum box sets for $149.99. So there's that for Tony and a Fear Inoculum box set for $149.99. If there's not one over there on that wall, I think there is though. There's definitely, yeah, there's one on the wall. Thank you. First time buyer, made several purchases tonight. We'll do this again tomorrow. The Cure, The Top. This is sealed for $36.99. Sealed for $36.99. Cure, The Top. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Rust Never Sleeps, $29.99. Original inner sleeve and insert. John Hartford, Annual Waltz, $14.99. Jason Fornerat, I've got you down on The Cure. And Jedit said he wanted the David Bowie Changes. I need to make a note to order a few more of those. I had a feeling both of those would sell tonight because we haven't had a David Bowie Hits in stock in quite some time. So Jason gets The Cure. Jedit gets David Bowie, and Denise Harrison on Neil Young. Nice pickup there. Nobody wants the Billy Squires for a $20 buy it now. They're mint and pristine Japanese pressings. Ramsey Lewis Trio, $14.99. George Benson, Good, King, Bad. George Benson is $17.99. And Patrice Rushen, Pizzazz. I said something almost dirty earlier. $14.99, trying to break that up into syllables. Donald Byrd, Caricatures. Donald Byrd is on Blue Note, $19.99. Donald Byrd, $19.99. Hubert Laws, Morning Star, $17.99. That's on the Jazz CTI label. George Harrison, Extra Texture, $24.99. George Harrison, Extra Texture, $24.99. Cure, Carly Simon. Excuse me, I was reading Jason's. No unofficials yet. Jason, I did get a shipping update, though. I have an update. I don't have them right now. If they're not here tomorrow, they'll be here Monday. Okay? If they're not here tomorrow, they'll be here Monday. Next comment was the Cure mixed up. I think somebody already bought that, didn't they? If not, it's about to be shown. Or is it? Did I already show that one? I think someone bought that earlier tonight already, Monica. Jeded, I got you down for David Bowie. And we have, would you do Patrice for $9.99. Sell that to George Somers for $9.99. Tony Dull said $15 for Bird. That was Donald Byrd. Sell that for $15 to Tony Dull. And Harry Morris, I think, bought the Cure record earlier. Justin Hayward, Night Flight, $11.99. Thanks, everybody, for the very fair offers. The Beatles, yesterday and today. That is a stereo press, $39.99. LA Bricks on DB20. That was, what was that? Donald Byrd. If that was Donald Byrd, then somebody's already claimed it for $15. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. REO Speedwagon, $19.99. That is REO Speedwagon REO 2, Orange Epic label, $19.99. $19.99. Up, UPP, this way. Up is $24.99. And Climax, self-titled, $9.99. Planet P Project, Pink World, $19.99. Rhythm Heritage in shrink wrap. That album's called Last Night on Earth, $9.99. John Porter offered $16 for REO Speedwagon. Sell that to John Porter for $16. Olivia, Totally Hot, Olivia Newton-John, $9.99. And the Beatles, Rock and Roll Memories, Rock and Roll Music, Volume 1, $19.99. Todd, John just beat you to REO. Okay, now, Harry Morris put ME and then he put no. So I'm trying to figure out what those were. Harry Morris, was that a claim? Was that an ME or something that I missed? If so, let me know. So I sold REO a little too cheap because John Porter was going to take it a sticker. That's okay. Tony, write down a Lateralis. That's one we'll have to look for Tony. I don't know where those are at. They're in one of these mini crates up here. They could be behind you, over here. But Tony, I will pull one of those for you. I know I have one, maybe two left. Ava wants the Olivia Newton-John for $10. That's the sticker on it, so sell that to Ava. Denise, you were second on that. Honky Tonkin', Hank Williams. That's a Hank Williams compilation. Jambalaya, the first track. Red Polydor label, $24.99. Let me see Mark's comment here. I've just been going on discussion. Is there anything to be done about Facebook latency? Something I know where a few days ago. I'm not for sure. Yeah, I know a couple days ago, Facebook started acting really funny, and it hadn't really been fixed since then. Some people... nothing I did buy. Okay, never mind. So Harry Morris, ignore those comments. Miles Davis is still available. 8 classic jazz originals you can play. Miles Davis, Immediate and Advanced Volume 7. I'm not for sure what this is, but it says a unique way to learn 8 classic jazz originals written by Miles Davis. So I don't know what's really going on here, if it's like spoken word and he's teaching you how to play them, or if it's just the music and it was supposed to come with a book. I don't really know, but Miles Davis is $19.99. Harry Belafonte, $9.99 for Harry Belafonte. That album's just called Belafonte. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits Volume 2, $39.99. And the Rolling Stones Undercover, $34.99. The Rolling Stones Undercover. George Somers on Miles Davis. That's sold to George Somers. The Beatles Love Songs. It has some cover damage up here. $34.99. It's a 2 LP, fantastic Beatles compilation. And it includes the book with it. It's a very well-made, nice, multi-page book with lyrics. $34.99. There it is. Has all the lyrics to these fantastic Beatles songs, like Michelle, My Belle, which was inspired by Paul McCartney trying to pretend he was French. True story. $34.99. The Beatles Love Songs. The Beatles Live at the Star Club. Early Beatles, 1962. $39.99. Van Halen, self-titled debut. It is an early 80s repress on the white Warner Brothers label. Nice copy, though. Original inner sleeve, $44.99. A classic, Running with the Devil. Ain't Talking About Love. You Really Got Me. Ice Cream Man. We have Denny Lane, a member of Paul McCartney and Wings, and earlier in the Moody Blues. This is one of his solo albums, 1999. Also, Tom Johnston, Everything You've Heard Is True, $9.99. Todd Rundgren, Initiation, $16.99. Ted Nugent, If You Can't Lick 'Em, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, Near Mint, Ted Nugent, $19.99. Also, Frank Zappa, Uncle Meat, The Mothers of Invention, $49.99. This was originally owned by Adolf Schwartz. Boy, you don't hear that name too often. $49.99. Uncle Meat, Streets I Have Walked, Harry Belafonte, $9.99. And the Beatles. This is a 70s reissue of A Hard Day's Night. We know it's from the 70s because of this United Artists label. The vinyl, though, super clean and near mint. VG Plus cover, $34.99. What is the Torch album? That is Carly Simon. Nothing hard rock or metal you're looking for, Sean. And Brian C. said he'd give 10 for Todd Rundgren. I will sell this to you for, $17.5. I'll sell this to you for $12. Brian C., I'll sell that to you for $12 on Todd Rundgren. Anybody else, let me know if you want anything else in this bin. Kara, I can't do 20 on Van Halen. My best price on that would be $39.99. We have Van Halen, the Beatles, Belafonte, Frank Zappa, Ted Nugent. He said sold on Todd for $12. Tom Johnston, Denny Lane, the Beatles, the Stones, Dylan, Belafonte, Hank Williams, the Beatles, Rhythm Heritage, Planet P, Climax, Up, the Beatles, Justin Hayward, Torch, Carly Simon, George Harrison, Hubert Laws, George Benson, Ramsey Lewis, John Hartford, The Kinks. That's not easy to get, even though it's a 70s reissue. Dave Grusin, Al Di Meola, and Tin Can. Wow, we just found out something. Derek Clark is always full of information. He says Up is Jeff Beck. It's Funk and Fusion. Jeff Beck is on here. It is. Jeff Beck. Jeff Beck guitar solos on Dance Your Troubles Away. We did not realize that. It's also marked promo, and it's a white label promo. Derek Clark always feeds us beautiful information. Up, our Jeff Beck protege, Funk Fusion, produced by Jeff Beck. So that is their protege, but he appears on that album, it looks like, doing some guitar solos. I'm sure those sound pretty wicked. It's Jeff Beck. Fusion. All right. Let's go through another crate. Buy it now, best offer. I have pretty much sold our auctions. Everything that was on Facebook is sold. I'm trying to give away Billy Squier for $20. That's about the best I can do on those right now. I think I originally put those up for $35 starts. David said 15. I just don't want to do that right now. Maybe at some point. I'm building up a crate of blowout Japanese vinyl again, but right now, David, I think the first time I tried these, it was $35 starts, 30 starts, 25. Now I've got them down to 20. So that's where I'm going to stay on those for right now. But thank you for the offer. Brent says he'll take Up for 20. We will sell that for $5 off to Brent Robley. Now, I do have some other stuff I've shown before that didn't get bids. I can try it one more time. And that's Alcatraz and the Beach Boys. I'm going to start these at 15. This is Alcatraz, Live Sentence, No Parole from Rock and Roll, Near Mint and Pristine, Japanese pressing, just a $15 start. And the Beach Boys, just a $15 start on this one. Spirit of America, Beach Boys Best 20. That is a Beach Boys compilation, $20 start. Now, David, I will do this. I will offer this to you. If you can get somebody else convinced to buy the other one for $15, if you can find a friend who will buy the other one at $15, I'll go ahead and sell you both. I'll sell you a Billy Squier for $15, and I'll sell you one for $15, somebody else. But we got to sell both of them. So maybe you can lobby in the comments who else wants a Billy Squier. And these are just $15 starts, Alcatraz and the Beach Boys. Michael Nath said he would take one. Michael Nath is now your friend, David. So David Polkey gets one. John Leal was also trying to help you out. And Joe Maynard. So those are sold for $15. That hurt. I guarantee that was a loss for Coletco, but that's okay. Right, Tanner? Sometimes you got to have losses to have wins. Also have all these Japanese anime soundtracks. Tillman Smoot, Paul Brothers, I promise we're going to get these unboxed and looked at tonight. But I got all these Japanese anime soundtracks. We're going to work on those tonight. We'll have those ready for tomorrow. I think that has wiped us out now on a lot of Japanese stuff. I do have other stuff in this crate, but that's not Japanese stuff. That's stuff to be put on Discogs. So, all right, let's go through this crate. We have Beach Boys is at 20. How much was the album for Jeff Beck? It has already sold. The Kinks, Misfits, $16.99. These are all buy it now best offer. New Riders of the Purple Sage, Marin County Line, $14.99. The Blondie album is sold. Everything that was on the Facebook ads are sold. The Metallica boot, the Marilyn Manson boot, the Stevie Ray Vaughan boot, and then all the Japanese records, they're all sold, including Stryper, Blondie. They're all gone. The Rugbies in shrink wrap for $19.99. Also, Livingston Taylor, Life is Good. Livingston Taylor is $11.99. Also, Wynton Marsalis, $19.99 for Wynton Marsalis. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want, $16.99. Henry Purcell, Songs from Taverns and Chapels, $9.99. The Byrds, Fifth Dimension, does have noticeable cover wear. Also has a braille strip that someone put on it. It's a 70s press. The vinyl is EX condition, $22.99, 8 miles high. The Beach Boys is at $20, final call. Joel L. Hawkins is at $15 on Alcatraz, final call. Next is Jonathan Greer on Purple. New Riders of the Purple Sage. That's sold to Jonathan Greer. Tommy Flowers says LT, $8.99. LT was Livingston Taylor. Sell that to Tommy Flowers. Chasing Hart for $8.99. And Jonathan Greer got the Birds. That is sold to Jonathan. Chris, we auctioned a Steve. I was waiting for your comments to show up. I figured you saw it in the ad and the hot picture. But yeah, actually the top three Stevie Ray Vaughan collectors I know of, none of them bid on that bootleg. I was surprised. It only is sold for a little bit less than what I thought too. I was surprised. Albuquerque, New Mexico, 1989, I believe. New bid on Alcatraz, $17 to Ron Duffield. Michael Nass said he already has it. Oh, by the way, I was going to do an official, but now that I know that Chris and Michael's both watching, I have the Stevie Ray Vaughan autograph on hand. It has been 100% authenticated by JSA with a full written letter of authenticity. We also have a autographed poster by the complete staff and cast of the Warriors movie. Familiar with the movie The Warriors? The Warriors movie, we have a movie poster autographed by the entire cast and crew, and it's also been fully JSA authenticated with a full letter. The Stevie Ray Vaughan autograph is here. It's in a nice frame with backstage passes. We're going to be putting it up for auction. I was going to do it in a big advertised sale, and it will probably be, we'll probably save it for sometime next week. I'll definitely post pictures, lots of information about it before then, but it'll be several days of probably when to do that. So yeah, I'll definitely show. There'll be pictures, probably even a video, because it's a very expensive item, and it will be sold here at auction, not to anybody else. We've had people try to make offers. I've turned down some sick offers for it already. Someone was like, please sell this to me right now. I think even some of the people at the authentication place, do you want to sell this? And I was like, no, we're going to sell it at auction on Facebook. That's what we do with everything. I don't sell anything early without showing it on Facebook first. So, no, it's the entire Double Trouble, entire Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's an autographed CD. So, backstage pat. It's in a really nice frame. So, okay. Next, let's update our auction. Sorry for the distractions. I'll wrap up this crate. I'll resume this crate as soon as I let everybody know where we're at. Sean Druin is at 20 on Alcatraz. Going once, going twice. The Beach Boys, final call. Joe Maynard was at 20. That was a final call a long time ago. Alcatraz is called Live Sentence. The Warriors is going to be sold at auction for hopefully a very good price, because it wasn't cheap when part of the deal when we bought it, and also we had to have it authenticated. But it will also be put up for auction. Those items will definitely be auctioned. Justin Hayward, songwriter, probably in the hundreds. Justin Hayward, VG Plus $9.99. The Earl Scruggs Review is a white label promo, VG Plus $11.99. The Warriors is on the movie poster. It's all autographed on the poster. And when we auction that, we're going to include a mint white label promo of the soundtrack. And I figured whoever gets that, it will be a lot easier. I was going to have it all framed, but I figured that would really cut down on who we could ship it to. So I'm going to sell you the poster and the record, and whoever gets it can have those framed, and that was going to look amazing. So Alcatraz is now at 25. These are all buy it now best offer. Sweetwater. Sweetwater is a VG Plus, $14.99. Harry Nilsson, Schmilson, VG Plus, $14.99. James Taylor, JT, EX Condition, $16.99. Brownsville Station, Motor City Connection is EX, $12.99. Ted Nugent, State of Shock, VG Plus Condition, $14.99. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Alcatraz, 26. We have Jimmy Buffett, A1A, VG Plus, $14.99. The Kinks, State of Confusion, EX, $14.99. The Notorious Bird Brothers, VG Plus, $19.99. And Harry Nilsson, A Little Touch of Schmilson and Ice, EX, $16.99. Yes, Yingwei Malmsteen on Alcatraz. I forget to mention that all the time, but Yingwei on Alcatraz. Ava said 15 on the Kinks. Was that for State of Confusion? If so, that is sold to Ava for $15. Thank you. James Taylor Gorilla, EX Condition, $16.99. The Birds, Mr. Tambourine Man, does show a little bit of ring wear, but that is EX, $22.99. The classic Mr. Tambourine Man. Alcatraz is at 30. Let's go ahead and sell Joe Maynard, the Beach Boys, for $20. Alcatraz is at 30. Gordon Lightfoot, Don Quixote, VG Plus, $14.99. Hall & Oates, this is called Daryl Hall and John Oates. That's a VG copy for $14.99. Robin Trower, In City Dreams, VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Chico Hamilton, his great hits, ABC Impulse, $26.99. The Birds, $15. Go ahead and sell that to John Porter for $15. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Brand New Day. Blood, Sweat, and Tears is $19.99. Isaac Hayes, Chocolate Chip. Boy, that makes me hungry. Look at those chocolate chip cookies dipped in milk. $19.99. Greg Rogers on JB-A1A. JB-A1A. That sounds so familiar. That's Jimmy Buffett. A1A. That's sold to Greg Rogers. High bet on Alcatraz is at 30 with Ron Duffield. Joe Hawkins is out. So now that's between Jonathan Greer and Ron Duffield. Red Bud Thunder. American Rock and Roll. Red Bud Thunder is $39.99. The Jacksons Live, $34.99. I think Sarah Smile is on the Hall & Oates album. The track listing is Camellia, Sarah Smile, Alone Too Long, Out of Me, Out of You, Nothing at All, In You, On the Mountain, It Doesn't Matter Anymore, Soldering, Gino, and Grounds for Separation. VG, $14.99. Sarah Smile, what a smooth song. Steppenwolf Live, that is $29.99. 2LP Steppenwolf Live. And Michael LeGrand, this is with the Ray Brown and Shelly Mann at the Shelly Manhole. The cover is foil, looks like a manhole, like in the road. That's a 68 mono, $19.99. Hits on the Jacksons. The Jacksons Live is doing Can You Feel It? Things I Do For You, Off the Wall, Ben, Heartbreak Hotel, She's Out of My Life, ABC, I Want You Back. There's all you need to know right there. There's, I guess you can probably guess whose feet those are. $34.99. Jonathan Greer, let me know if you're in or out on Alcatraz. Jonathan Greer also gets the Steppenwolf. The Jacksons Live was $34.99. We have Brian Hyland, The Joker Went Wild, $9.99. Paul Simon, Graceland. Surprised no one got this. This has You Can Call Me Al on it, featuring Chevy Chase in the music video. $26.99. Paul Simon. Simon and Garfunkel, Bookends, $14.99 for Simon and Garfunkel Bookends. We also have Jeff Beck with the Jan Hammer Group, $19.99 Jeff Beck, and Same Train, Different Time, Merle Haggard, $26.99. $26.99. 2001, A Space Odyssey, $19.99. Gatefold, 2001, A Space Odyssey, $19.99. And Chicago's Greatest Hits, $19.99. Chicago's Greatest Hits, super clean vinyl. Make Me Smile, Wishing You Were Here, Beginnings, Call on Me, I've Been Searching So Long, 25 or 624. Does anybody really know what time it is? Color My World, Just You and Me, Saturday in the Park, and Feeling Stronger Every Day. Those are kind of good songs. Jonathan says he's out. That's what I was waiting to hear. Alcatraz is sold for $30 to Ron Duffield. Next is John Porter said he would do 24 on that. I will sell you this for $29.99. John Porter, $29.99. All Them Witches, Our Mother Electricity. We are writing that down right now. Merle Haggard songs. This is a tribute to Jimmy Rogers. So if you know Jimmy Rogers music, He's doing all Jimmy Rogers songs. 2 LPs, $26.99. We have the Best of the Beach Boys, Gold Stamp Promo, $14.99. That is the Best of the Beach Boys. Also, the Beach Boys 15 Big Ones, $19.99. The Great Fatsby, Leslie West, $19.99 on the Great Fatsby. And Maggie Bell, Queen of the Night, $24.99. Maggie Bell, Queen of the Night, $24.99. I Can't Resist You, Anna Maria Alberghetti, $19.99. Jonathan Greer on the Great Fatsby, Leslie West of Mountain. Also, Tony Bennett, Hometown My Town. Tony Bennett is $9.99. Arista, Kashif, maybe? I Just Gotta Have You, Lover Turn Me On. New music from Kashif, the creator of Love Come Down, Betcha, and So Fine. That is from 1983, $29.99. $29.99. Bee Gees, Trafalgar, $19.99 for the Bee Gees. Bad Luck Is All I Have, Eddie Harris, $14.99. Bobby Whitlock, $19.99. $19.99. Traffic, $24.99. Traffic. This has Steve Winwood and Dave Mason's Feeling All Right. That is $24.99. Also, Jay Ferguson, Real Life Ain't This Way, $14.99. Jay Ferguson was in spirit. Our Best You, Today's Great Hits, Today's Great Stars. This is a Columbia 360 Sound 2i compilation, $14.99 with the Yardbirds, the Tremolos, Simon and Garfunkel, Peaches and Herb, Paul Revere, Moby Grape, Aretha Franklin, Crying Shame, the Birds, and the Buckinghams. Exposed is $22.99. The Mothers of Invention Freak Out, $49.99. REO Speedwagon, 9 Lives, $19.99. And Weather Report, Mr. Gone, $19.99. Maggie Bell is a vinyl gem. Stone the Crows, vocalist for the fans of Janis Joplin. Maggie Bell. Derek Clark just gave us a little bit of information about it right there. Thank you. If anybody wants that, it is still available. Still available. Let's slide this right over here. I think we got several of our new viewers still on. So I want to remind a lot of people some of the great new vinyl titles we have in stock. So give me 1 second and go through a little bit of new vinyl we have right here, because there are some fantastic titles in here, such as Leonard Skinner, Gods and Guns. This was a big seller because they're reprinting it on black vinyl. This is the limited edition 1500 on silver, $38.99 on Leonard Skinner, Gods and Guns. This is The Exit Papers, a soundtrack by Lowe, $34.99. Monster Magnet, Mind F.U. You Get the Rest. Monster Magnet is $44.99. That is sealed. Also, Monster Magnet 4-Way Diablo. Monster Magnet, there's some nightly nudity, $41.99. Dwight Yoakam, Swimming Pools, Movie Stars. Dwight Yoakam is $29.99. Also, Fish, Fuego. Fish is 2LP colored vinyl, $39.99. That is a new limited edition Fish album. Jim Croce, The Life and Times of Jim Croce, 50th anniversary on blue vinyl, $33.99. Bad Bad Leroy Brown. Slayer, Rain in Blood. Slayer is $36.99. Also, Halloween Nuggets, 21 tracks on neon orange vinyl. Halloween Nuggets is $31.99. Pharoah Sanders, Moonchild, limited to 100, limited to 1,000. On gold and orange, $38.99. Maggie Bell, Patty, I believe, was $24.99. Maggie Bell was $24.99, I believe. Yes, $24.99. Queen of the Night. And this is an Atlantic OG 4-digit. $24.99 on that. Another Pharoah Sanders, Africa, limited 1,000, orange and black, $44.99. Babes in Toyland, last copy. Babes in Toyland, Fontanelle, limited to 1,000 on orange and black, $38.99. Patty says she will take it. Tony Slayer is $36.99. By the way, everything in here is new and sealed. Slayer is $36.99. Rain in Blood. We also have, speaking of Yngwie from earlier, Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force, $38.99. The Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, the 50th anniversary in mono. That's in mono for $33.99. Tears for Fears, their newest album, The Tipping Point. This is still the indie exclusive green vinyl, $31.99 for Tears for Fears. Also, the Notorious B.I.G., Notorious B.I.G.'s Greatest Hits, $36.99. That's a 2LP. Tim McGraw's The Biggest Hits. There was a Tim McGraw like hit machine with some of his later stuff, and I think also reissues, but this is the original Tim McGraw's Greatest Hits, in stock for $29.99. Rammstein, Mutter, only copy. Can't get them right now anymore. 2LP, $49.99. The Black Keys Brothers. This is the 10th anniversary deluxe edition. $39.99 for the Black Keys Brothers. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. This is on splatter vinyl. This is on silver and red splatter vinyl. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, $39.99. Tony Barrar wants Rammstein. That's sold to Tony. We also have Fastball, All the Pain Money Can Buy, 20th anniversary edition of Fastball, $38.99. Awesome compilation series. These are called Now Yearbooks. Now Yearbook 92, $59.99 for the Now Yearbook 3LP green vinyl, $59.99. Pink Floyd, The Endless River. Pink Floyd is $44.99 for The Endless River. That's a 2LP remaster of that. Midnight Oil, Diesel and Dust, $68.99 on Midnight Oil. LA Guns, Hollywood Raw, the original sessions, splatter vinyl, $33.99 for LA Guns. The Rolling Stones, 40 Licks, $89.99. And then there's another LA Guns. 40 Licks is a new Rolling Stones compilation that just came out, $89.99. Pink Floyd, any random 45s. I have no Pink Floyd 45s. If we did, they would definitely be put up for auction. We don't hardly get any Pink Floyd 45s. I'm going to recap one more crate of new vintage stuff that was shown tonight. One more crate, and I'm going to call it a night because I can't express to you how hungry I am. I do have more great new vinyl right over here next to me, including, let me read you a couple just very quickly. There's more LA Guns, Tormentor, Radiohead, Black Label Society, Bad Religion, Ministry, Hanoi Rocks, Rush, Black Sabbath, Run DMC, Kings of Leon, Dream Theater, Ice Age. This is Ned's Atomic Dust Bin, or Dustpan. I can't get that one straight. Ned's Atomic Dust Bin. Pan. It's a pan, dust pan. Radiohead, OK Computer, Radiohead, Brandy Carlisle, Primus, The Stones, Tribe Called Quest, and that is Raised by Rap. That's not a Tribe Called Quest. They're on here, but that's a 2LP compilation. Brandy Carlisle, more Prince, Black Label Society, Dr. John, Grateful Dead. We have The Cramps and Bob Marley. It's Dustbin. Thank you, Dustbin. Jonathan Greer says he'll take Pink Floyd, The Endless River. That's so to Jonathan Greer. Pink Floyd, Endless River. Chocolate Chip album, Did You In? Yep, that did it. Any Promise. That's what I've been trying to find. I know you asked about that. We'll check the P's, but I don't think I put any in alphabetical order. If we have Promise albums, they are randomly in these unorganized bins. These are records we hadn't put in alphabetical order yet, but I can't go straight to them. That's the problem. We'd have to definitely do some digging. But you know what? I don't think I have too much Promise on hand, so not that I know of. I'll definitely need to order some. Missed the price on Endless River. Endless River is $44.99. Sean Druin wants Merciful Fate. Sean Druin, Merciful Fate was that in here? Let's see here. Merciful Fate. I know I had that self-titled first album. What happened to it? Merciful Fate. There's Promise. The Desaturating 7. That's on a rainbow splatter colored vinyl. $29.99. What happened to that Merciful Fate album? Was that over here? I know I had one. Was it back here? Merciful Fate, Cramps, or was that just a request? Or did we actually have one and now I can't find it? LA Guns, Radiohead. I don't see that now. Was it the first record? No, this was Tormentor. I did have, it looked, I see what you're talking about now. That looks kind of like the top part of it looks, the colors on that, but that is, that's Tormentor. That's the Bliss Creek Demos 84. Okay, what was the Promise? Was there a Promise in here? I must be reading stuff too fast because there's this one, but I must have read one in here. I don't think I did, though. This is the Desaturating 7. Endless River was $44.99. Radiohead, which one? We have like 5 Radiohead albums in stock. Best of the Dead Daisies. I haven't planned on it, but I can. What was the Chico Hamilton? That was Chico's Greatest Hits, I believe. Chico Hamilton's Greatest Hits. Tony Barrar says he'll take Promise. We have BC Price. What was BC? What was RS? Tony says he'll take the Desaturating 7. Radiohead, Hello Comp. Hello Computer. Radiohead, OK Computer. Hello Computer, Hello Comp. Hello, I need a little bit more abbreviations. When I'm going really fast through crates, abbreviations aren't very helpful. Spelling out the title is very helpful. Brandy Carlisle, By the Way I Forgive You, $31.99. Brandy Carlisle, By the Way I Forgive You, $31.99. And Brandy Carlisle, The Firewatcher's Daughter, is $33.99. $33.99. Those are available. The Stones. That was earlier. The Rolling Stones is $89.99. That's a new release. 4 LPs, 40 songs, $89.99. That's usually why I don't jump around in bins, because nothing's in order. I like to just show whatever we're showing. That way we can keep it organized. I'll go through those in just a second. Let me recap this last bin of vintage very quickly. John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic, VG copy, $9.99. Also, King Crimson in the Wake of Poseidon. That was a VG copy, $9.99. The Beach Boys, EX, $17.99. The Kinks, Give the People What They Want. That was EX, $12.99. Van Halen, Diver Down, a VG copy, $22.99. Blackfoot Strikes, a VG copy, $9.99. Ted Nugent, Free For All, EX condition, $17.99. Soundtrack from Deliverance, Dueling Banjos. That's a VG copy, $14.99. Lou Reed, The Bells, VG Plus, $24.99. Traffic, On the Road, VG Plus, $24.99. Gene Krupa is EX, $17.99. Frank Zappa was $149.99. That's a 68 promo with insert, VG 149. I have found another Primus album. I thought we sold this one. This is Animals Should Not Try to Act Like People. Primus is $28.99. Primus is $28.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin is EX $22.99. What was the LA Guns Hollywood Sessions? LA Gun Hollywood Sessions. This is LA Guns Collector's Edition number 1, limited edition blue vinyl, $31.99. And then over here, we had LA Guns, the Hollywood Raw, the original Sessions, splatter vinyl, $31.99. Tony Barrar says he'll take the other Primus. We have Percy Sledge, Warm and Tender Soul. That's a VG copy, $14.99. Sister Sledge, The Sisters, $9.99. Also, Carly Simon is $9.99. Stampeder, Sweet City Woman, $19.99. Frank Sinatra, My One and Only Love, and Sentimental Journey is $24.99. Kara, I Will Sell You Diver Down for $16. Nigel said $75 on Zappa. Make some kind of deal. I'm at $150. Tell me your best price. It's a promo copy. VG with insert. Yellow promo label. James Bragg, I'll put you on a waiting list for Primus. I can get more of those. Animals should not act like people, or the other way around. Is this the $17.99 also a compilation? Now, where did you see that? That was the Beach Boys, the LA Light album. No, that's an actual studio album. LA Light album. That's a studio full album of theirs. EX $17.99. Jesse Coulter is $14.99. Carly Simon, $9.99. Hello Big Man. Harry Nilsson Schmilson, $19.99. White and McKay's Scotch Whiskey for Smooth and Swingin' Jazz. That's a Verve Jazz compilation, $14.99. Pork Soda, I have had those before. Also, the one that has My Name is Mud and all those other ones. Can we get the other? I know we have Queens of the Stone Age Villains. We had somebody ask for Queens of the Stone Age albums. I know we have a couple over there. Nigel says 130. Nigel, I was thinking 135. I will go ahead and sell this to you. This is awesome. A promo copy, VG 1968, promo mono with the insert. I will sell that to you for 130. I was thinking 135, so we was on the same wavelength. Sell that to Nigel for 130. Here's the only other Queens of Stone Age I have. Like Clockwork, $36.99. In Search of the Lost Chord, somebody needs to get that. The Moody Blues, $19.99. The Association Live, $14.99. This is Africans with Mainframe, Save the Robots EP from 2003, $14.99. Joe Sampley, Soul Song, $9.99 for Joe Sampley. And Red Wine and Blue Memories, also $9.99. We have Traffic, Shootout at the Fantasy Factory, $19.99. John Barleycorn Must Die, $19.99. Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom is $19.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Child is Father to the Man, $19.99. Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, $24.99. The Beach Boys, 10 Years of Harmony, Beach Boys of Harmony, $34.99. John Lennon, Imagine, also John Lennon, Walls and Bridges with the original cover. John Lennon, Mind Games. Ted Nugent, Weekend Warriors. Eric Clapton, Backless. And Boston, Don't Look Back. Now, Boston Don't Look Back was a mint Holland press, OG with hop sticker, $49.99. This is $44.99. It's Eric Clapton, Backless, a Japanese pressing. Ted Nugent is in shrink wrap, near mint. It's a Holland OG from 1978. And then the three John Lennons are Mind Games, Walls and Bridges, and Imagine. They're all great albums. Nick Bargeron said he would give $13.99 for the Beach Boys. If that was for the LA album, then we're going to sell that to Nick Bargeron if that was for the LA album. Only if Gallian didn't want it. If not, we're going to sell that to Nick for $13.99. 9 Inch Nails. Let me see. Also, last week I claimed 9 Inch Nails broken. You sent me Downward Spiral. I will keep that, but broken is what I wanted. I've got broken for you right here. If anybody else wants one, it is $39.99. I still have 9 Inch Nails albums in stock. Anybody else? I'm going to go through another crate of new vinyl, maybe one more, because I see we got a lot of new people on, and there's a lot of requests all of a sudden for a lot of new vinyl. So let's sell Michael Nath Boston for $42. Right, Michael? $42. And I will sell that to you for $42. Anybody else want anything in here or want to make an offer? I'm going to set those right here behind me. We've had an epic night. Unfortunately, it's coming to the tail end, but we're still selling. So don't go anywhere because you're about to see probably some vinyl you haven't seen. Michael said he'd give $42. Thank you. That would be about where I was thinking on that one initially. So let's see what we have in here with some new vinyl. Now we can do them in order, and I can show them up close. We have Bob Marley, Rasta Revolution, $31.99, green and black splatter vinyl. The Cramps, The Complete Show from Santa Monica, California, 1980, $36.99. The Grateful Dead live box set, Washington, D.C., from RFK Stadium, 1973, $179.99. 8 LPs. That's from Friday Music. Dr. John, High Priest of Psychedelic Voodoo, purple, yellow, and green vinyl, $49.99. James Bragg wants a Cramps. 2 left if anybody else wants one. Black Label Society, 1919 Eternal. That's got a little bit of a spine crackle on it. That is on purple vinyl, though. Black Label Society, $39.99. Prince, Come, $31.99 for Prince. Also, this is Raised on Hip Hop, a 2 LP compilation of fantastic hip hop music, $44.99. And it has a parental advisory sticker on the back. You know what that means. It's not going to be censored. Good stuff. James Bragg on Dr. John. Also, Tanner's pulling out records left and right. There's Testament, Souls of Black for $44.99. Tool was claimed earlier, Undertow. And we got 2 versions of Queens of the Stone Age newest album. We have it on silver vinyl and we have it on black vinyl in Times New Roman. Queens of the Stone Age on silver vinyl is $46.99. Prince, there's that. The Rolling Stones, this is the 2 LP expanded remaster of Tattoo You, $34.99. Also, Prince, Love Sexy. Prince is $31.99. Radiohead, Amnesiac, Radiohead, $46.99. Radiohead in Rainbows, $44.99. OK Computer is $46.99. Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Are You Normal? This is good. I enjoyed it. Limited to 1,000 on blue vinyl, $39.99. Ice Age soundtrack picture disc, $26.99. Dream Theater, When Dream and Day Unite, Dream Theater from Music on Vinyl, $39.99. Kings of Leon, Walls, $29.99. Jonathan Greer wants OK Computer. That's so to Jonathan Greer. Run DMC, Tougher Than Leather, $29.99. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality, 2012 remaster, $33.99. Rush, 2112. If you don't have one of these already, say I'll take a Rush, because this is a 3 LP audiophile pressing on 200 gram vinyl. This is 200 gram vinyl, $64.99. Joshua, this is Queens of the Stone Age, Like Clockwork, $36.99. I just showed that. You must have swapped off for a second. That's the only other Queens of the Stone Age album I have, $36.99. LA Guns, Renegades, red vinyl, $28.99. Ministry, Twitch, $39.99. Hanoi Rocks, $44.99. Bad Religion is $29.99. LA Guns Collector's Edition number 1, $31.99. Black Label Society Blessed Hell Ride, $31.99. Turnpike Troubadours, Goodbye Normal Street, $26.99. Radiohead, Pablo Honey, $44.99. Reagan Youth is $29.99. James Bragg wants Queen of the Stone Age. We'll make sure Joshua doesn't want that. If not, we'll sell it to James Bragg. Tormentor is $31.99. And then Brandy Carlisle, By the Way, I Forgive You, and The Fire Watcher's Daughter, $31 and $33. Tony Barrera wants the Turnpike Troubadours. Let's sell that to Tony. That was right here. And Joshua said, I did. We'll make sure he does or does not want that either way. And we have LA Guns, $31.99. Todd, I have to have sticker price for the Black Label Society. Thank you for the offer. How about Volbeat? We sold most of them the other night. We still have Guitar Gangsters and Cadillac Road on glow-in-the-dark vinyl. I figured we'd sell out of that one too. Volbeat is $29.99. I also got a new Dropkick Murphys, and I still have Brian May and Friends. So Dropkick Murphys, The Meanest of Times, $36.99. Volbeat is $29.99, and Brian May Starfleet Project is $36.99. You should definitely take interest in those. If not, then you're missing out on life. Right, Tanner? Tanner said correct. Patrick Carter says he'll take a Volbeat. Sell that to Patrick Carter. We might need to go through this back crate just one more time where I pulled these because it looks like there's some good stuff in here. Let me play a little Tetris or something and get some of these crates shifted around because there may be a few titles in here you hadn't seen in a while. And let's show those. This will be one of our, I keep saying this is going to be one of our last crates, but I keep going because y'all keep buying. Now, after I go through a whole crate and nobody buys anything, it's kind of like, well, it's time to end the show. But if we sell one or two in here and there, probably going to keep showing them. Will you have Seven Dust tomorrow? Is that a new release? If so, then no, because I don't think I ordered it. Okay, we have Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 2. Halloween is $44.99. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, $44.99. Quiet Riot. Also, Disturbed, Down with the Sickness, $29.99 on Disturbed. Lynyrd Skynyrd, if you want a fantastic sounding record, this is pronounced Lynyrd Skynyrd. This is 100% analog mastering. That is something you need. It sounds amazing. I can't speak more highly of it. $69.99. Tony Barrar wants Disturbed. Do we have Overkill, Years of Decay? If it's not in this crate, it's over here in our Overkill bin. Let me read you all the Overkill titles we have. We have Overkill, WFO. We have Overkill Taken Over, Overkill Years of Decay, and Horoscope. And all those that I just read off are half-speed masters on colored vinyl. Overkill Years of Decay is $33.99. That's colored vinyl, half-speed master, $33.99. I have a feeling James Bragg is going to want that. Next is Avenged Sevenfold Nightmare, blue vinyl, Avenged Sevenfold, $36.99. Audio Slave featuring Chris Cornell, Tom Morello, 2LP, remastered, new and sealed, $36.99 for Audio Slave. We have Genesis, Invisible Touch, half-speed master for $29.99. Tony Barrara also wants Avenged Sevenfold. That's so did Tony. We have Now 80s Alternative. That's a 2LP colored vinyl compilation of 80s alternative rock. That is $56.99. Tony also wants Audio Slave. J.J. Wilson said, hi, Mike Langford. This is the best of Jimi Hendrix. The best of Jimi Hendrix, $29.99. Patrick Carter wants Genesis, Invisible Touch. Good pickup there. Half-speed master is a method of music production, or let's see, what's the words I'm looking for? They basically, the tape they use is mastered at twice the amount of tape for higher sound quality. That's about as simple as I can put it. Jimi Hendrix is $29.99. Basically, when they're taking that and cutting it from the tape to the lacquer, they're using more tape at a half-speed master, and it's a higher sound quality. Takes a little bit longer, a little bit more expensive, and it's definitely makes everything sound better for sure. The best of Jimi Hendrix, $29.99, 2LP. Those are pressed at QRP. ZZ Top's first album, $31.99. ZZ Top's first album, $31.99. The Stooges, Funhouse. This is on colored vinyl. Half red and half black. The Stooges is $31.99. David Bowie. This is on orange vinyl. 45th anniversary of Low on orange vinyl. $28.99. So, David Bowie, Stooges, ZZ Top, Hendrix, 80s Alternative, Audio Slave, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Quiet Riot, Halloween. Just want to remind you of those titles because those are some good ones. Black Flag Damage, $33.99. Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy. This includes Werewolves of London and Lawyers, Guns, and Money. That's in glow-in-the-dark red vinyl, $28.99. Oingo Boingo, Good for Your Soul, limited to 500, red and white. Last copy of that one, and it's gone. No more, $29.99. And I've got 4 copies, 3 copies? I've got 4 copies left of Nothing to Fear, clear and green vinyl, and then they're gone. Oingo Boingo, $28.99. New Order, $39.99. New Order is $39.99. The Best of the Mothers of Invention. This is a fairly new release from early July, $26.99. It's a high-quality remastered limited edition of The Best of the Mothers of Invention, $26.99. The Lost Boys soundtrack, that's on red vinyl. Should be red vinyl. The Lost Boys soundtrack, $39.99. Quiet Riot is a music on vinyl remaster for $44.99. $44.99. Dwight Yoakam, Blame the Vein, $33.99. Overkill, here's another one. Under the Influence. Under the Influence. That one's $34.99. There's the Dropkick Murphys again, $36.99, The Meanest of Times. The Brian May Starfleet Project, $36.99. Days of the New, we were talking about those last night, $49.99. Audio Slave, this is Out of Exile. Out of Exile. That one was very tough to get for a long time. It's just recently been reissued. That is $59.99. I've got several of those. Can I get the Brian May? You can. Sherry Martell on Brian May. Let me figure out where that went. Right here. Next was James Bragg on Overkill. That one was Under the Influence. And Tony Barrera will take an Audio Slave. I have more of these if anybody else wants one. Blackberry Smoke, The Southern Ground Sessions. Orange Crush Vinyl, $28.99. Michael Jackson Bad, $28.99. The White Stripes Distill, I think that's how you say that, $41.99. The White Stripes Self-Titled, $41.99. Low Trust, Analog, $34.99. Depeche Mode, this is $69.99. Depeche Mode, A Broken Frame, the 12-inch singles box set. Cut at Abbey Road, $69.99 for Depeche Mode. The Sex Pistols, Spunk, the demos on pink vinyl, $33.99. James Bragg wants the White Stripes, Just Steel. Also, Guided by Voices is $26.99. Guided by Voices is called B1000. Kings of Leon, Mechanical Bull, $41.99. And 80 Movie Hits Collected. Fantastic compilation. This is $59.99, limited edition white vinyl, numbered on the back 61. This is hit songs from these movies, such as Back to the Future, Power of Love, Hazy Shade of Winter from Less Than Zero, Kokomo from Cocktail, Beverly Hills Cop. Let me read you some of the movies. You probably know the hit songs. Never Ending Story, Lamal from The Never Ending Story, Danger Zone, Top Gun, View to a Kill from James Bond's View to a Kill, Ghostbusters, Burning Heart, Invincible, Weird Science, La Bamba. That is $59.99. Patrick Carter says he'll take the Depeche Mode box set. Here's another Overkill. This is live in Overhausen, Feel the Fire Volume 2, Overhausen, Germany. Limited edition green and orange yellow splatter, $36.99. I don't have anything by Pink on vinyl. That's probably something I could order because I know she's on tour right now from what I understand. Okay, anybody have any last requests? So we only went through, the only thing we didn't go through is the very last crate of vintage for a recap, which was the last 2 bins condensed down into one. If anybody wants to see anything in there, any other final calls, any offers, James Bragg said he would take this Overkill as well. James, while I have you, are you needing or wanting any of the other Overkills? You've bought Years of Decay. I know what the other one was. I can't remember it. But here's the other ones I have, which are WFO. He bought Under the Influence. Okay, there's WFO. There's Taken Over. These are all Half-Speed Master, Years of Decay, and then there's Horoscope. Those are all $33.99. I feel like there's one more that we sold out of. I probably need to get all those together and see what I have left. But those are all $33.99. Horoscope, Taken Over, and there's WFO. Next is, do you have anything by Ghost? I think we have Impera. I just put those over there in the G's. I think we have Ghost and Impera. I don't have a lot of other stuff by Ghost, I don't think. No, I don't think I do. Bad Omens. We'll check the G's, though, and I'll let you know which Ghost we have, or Tanner's actually going to do that. I don't have anything by Bad Omens or Murder by Death. Sherry saw Pink Tonight in Concert. We have Horoscope and Saxon. Or, excuse me, Horoscope and Taken Over. Horoscope and Taken Over, any Saxon. I do not have anything by Saxon either. You had the move Shazam last night. Is this still at your fingertips? Not really. I probably could try to find it. I found it. I sometimes have this power. Okay, I went right to it. Shazam. It is VG Plus $21.99, Rob Shindale. I'm still looking for you a Sticky Fingers. Craig, I still hadn't found a nice one, but I need to get you at least a VG Plus. I don't have any more promise, but Tony, what I'll do is I'll order more. Hopefully you shop with us every night, at least once or twice a week. I have new stuff every night, especially with new vinyl. Like we have more new vinyl that we didn't even get the price that we'll have for tomorrow night's sale. We'll be back live doing this, and also what we sell out of or what I see people wanting, Promise, Ghost, we make notes of it, and I go in, I order it, and then we'll have it on our next shows. Yes, this is OG Shazam, VG Plus $21.99, the new Steven Wilson album. Is that just Steven Wilson? Any Jackal OG? Jackal, I think their OG stuff is very difficult to find. We have Jackal self-titled on Music on Vinyl, and Karis is Clapton 35. I don't know what that is, but if you could elaborate, I would listen. Rob Shindale says he'll take it. Danzig is supposed to come in this week, but it hadn't shipped. So if it's not here tomorrow, then it'll be here next week. The Harmony Codex. I will check on that. Do you have White Stripes, Icky Thump? No, but I think I can get that, James. I think all the White Stripes albums are in stock. All right, make sure I didn't miss any other thing there in the comments. We have Promise. I'm going to order more Promise for you, Tony. Anything I can get. Nick, I'll order some Saxon as well. Ava, Opus, Onimus, another one I don't have. I will be on the lookout for that. Some of the Ghost albums are out of stock or what we call out of print, but if anything, I have them at least back ordered. Rob took the move. Danzig should be here tomorrow, if not next week. Harmony Codex, I will look into that, Stephen. James Bragg, I'll put you on a waiting list for White Stripes. Do you know when Invoice from last week will go out? You should already have one, Shakedown. You should have got it a couple days ago. Check your email because you're on YouTube. It definitely went to your email. So check your junk folder, check your junk and spam folder. And if you don't have one, send us an email if you don't have one, and we'll try to send that again. Just go to our website or send us another email, and we'll do that. Any Rob Zombie. I have White Zombie. I actually ordered some Rob Zombies last night, American-made music to strip by, but I do have 2 White Zombies. I put these in alphabetical order just the other night. There may be a Rob Zombie over here too. Let's see. This is the W's. I've got Devil Music Volume 1, La Sextaristo for $38.99. Also have Astro Creep 2000 for $38.99. And then Z for Zombie, I don't have anything. I've got Neil Young, Van Zant, ZZ Top, ZZ Top, ZZ Top, ZZ Top. We got ZZ Top's first album. We also have Eliminator on gold vinyl. We still got Eliminator on gold vinyl for $31.99. Also got a new copy of Fandango for $31.99 and Rio Grande Mud for $33.99. That's the 2. I don't see any Rob Zombies. I got White Stripes Elephant, James Bragg. White Stripes Elephant, 20th anniversary colored vinyl. I got The Who, Who's Next, music on vinyl, BBC Sessions. Wilco, Yankee Hotel Foxtrot, Gary Wright, Dreamweaver, XTC, Talking Heads, Tears for Fears, Thin Lizzy, Tool, Tonic, Twisted, UB40. We could show albums for a long time, right, Tanner? Yep. I am so hungry, words can't even express it. So Tony says he'll take both White Zombies. Great. All right, so Shakedown, we will try to send that to you again. Kara, I will try to find that. I already see in order. Wow, that was fast. Tony says he'll take both White Zombie. Now, the Rob Zombie won't be here till next week, but I'll get you the White Zombies. And we have, which Thin Lizzy? We had Jailbreak and Vagabonds, $36.99 each. The Clapton Japanese. No, I can't do 25 on that. We had that marked for $45. No can do on that one. But the Talking Heads album was Talking Heads 77. Talking Heads 77, $31.99. If anybody decides y'all want any of those in these last moments, please let me know. If not, I'm going to go ahead and end this feed, which means I may or may not see your comments come through. If anything, always send us a message. Thanks everybody for your first-time purchases, for your long-time purchases. There's some people watching tonight that watch every night for the last 3 years, and there's some people tonight that I see that's their first time watching. So thanks everybody. If you're a first-time viewer or if you're a long-time viewer, I'm going to show you one more last record. I still can't believe we have these in stock, and that's Megadeth, Rust in Peace. We've got Megadeth for $44.99. Patty K, the Two Thin Lizzies were Jailbreak and Vagabonds of the Western world. I'm pretty sure. I'll go back over there and decide you want one. Megadeth is $44.99. Thanks as always, everybody, for tuning in. This show flew by. We've been live for 4 hours. It doesn't seem like it. That's because we had so much great stuff to go through. When I've got 6 or 8, 10 crates to go through, 3 or 4 or 5 hours flies by. The 2 Talking Heads album I have is Talking Heads 77, and I have Talking Heads Fear of Music. Is that the name of that one? It's like green and black. I've got both of those in stock right now for $31.99. Okay. Thanks everybody for watching. Thanks everybody for your purchases. We will do this again tomorrow, and it will be a whole new fresh show. So thanks everybody, and we will see you